I'm recording. So, yeah, I was about to build a small intro animation here. We see some kind of, and it's already dropping frames. I hate this so much. Like I really have to do something with this display setup here. And the recording of Discord and so on. But yeah, I think it's not as bad as it used to be because I figured out this one trick, you might call it, with Discord, that if you also show your screen, your stream, then it's going to be much slower. Okay, anyways, so let's maybe reduce the point size here. And then, so these are going like crazy. Maybe remove these guys here. And maybe increase the file size. Does this look like related to the text here? Maybe we put this guy into group and then put this guy also here. And then this is, oh, what? Didn't expect this. Looks a little bit reactive. So maybe we reduce this guy a little bit. And maybe the texture mod force a little bit. Not really sure if this is, and then maybe you have this spin thing. I think if we rotate this and let this just cycle, then it could be interesting enough. So let's maybe just connect this to time.
There's one thing that always confused me a bit with forces is that if the particle system has no initial velocity on a particle, then most forces don't affect the particles, so they have to already have like a starting velocity. Is that right?
They have to have a starting velocity. So
like, yeah.
I don't
like in that.
sounds right. Shouldn't happen.
So I think what how I see it is like so we have this particle system here, and we have this emit velocity here. And if you basically put this to 0, then all the new ones, and then if we put this amount here very slow and this amount also very slow, then they should accumulate here in this circle. This is like the emit circle. And they do some peculiar, I guess this is not precisely 0 or something, but they have no emit velocity. And by default, they move towards the... I assume there must be some kind of rounding error here. I don't know why they are still moving there. By default, the emit velocity is 1. And so they, if you don't do anything with them, they move towards the camera. But I'm not sure if this was your question.
I was just thinking, well, and this isn't like, it's just, it was counterintuitive to me at first, was that like, if you have a turbulence force, it won't do anything if your particle's emit velocity is 0, I think.
Oh no, this is actually, this is not, I think this shouldn't be true.
I might be wrong. I don't know if like it's
So,
like a false memory of mine. Like,
yeah, I think it should not be. So if we have this radial points here, and maybe put the radial points also to some kind of DrawPoints, and maybe we make this orange or something like this and put this into our group. So this is where they are coming from. And if we have the emit velocity to 0, they will be static.
yeah.
But the turbulence force. I mean, of course, it depends. I mean, there are forces that will. There are very few forces that will require some movement. I think angle snap force or something like this. Most of these will add velocity.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
So
I don't know why I thought that for some reason. Like, or maybe it was some other effector I was thinking of. Force, sorry.
I mean, as always, I could be totally mistaken or something like this.
No, I
but
mean, right now, yeah,
maybe some. Maybe you can narrow it down and then clarify and improve the documentation or something like this. So I'm not really sure what to do there.
That's good. Sorry, that's my bad.
Okay. Okay. I moved it back a little bit. Yeah. So I don't know what to do today, but we can patch a little bit or maybe do some more custom shader, so some shader coding or something like this. So maybe we can build a bunch of new ops. So if it's just such a small round, then
Oh, yeah, I'm easy.
one thing that I can show you something that I have been working on, and I'm curious how what you think. So maybe I have to clean this. I think I have to figure out when, after switching to focus mode, this will stay in the background here. I think there is a glitch here that I also want to fix. And then, of course, I'm working on the release for version 4.2, which I hope to get out within the next couple of weeks or so. Actually, more like 1 or 2 weeks than a couple of weeks. So, because there are so many fixes in there that I think it's good to get out there. And there was there's always feature creep, because once in a while I have an idea that I want to try out. And my latest idea was that it's a little bit sad that all of our recordings for the meetups are unused, or they are basically there, but nobody's ever going to watch them, and I wouldn't watch them. Why? Like, it's 4 hours of us rambling. But then I thought maybe I can use Whisper to transcode them and figure out what was the topic and if there was any interesting things about operators and UI topics that we just explain or discuss. And so one of the things that I came up with is this new help window. And I'm almost tempted to make this the default layout. So hide the variations and put help in here. And then what this thing will do is, if you hover over something, it will immediately show you the description of this thing. So you don't need this guy anymore, but basically you can hover somewhere. And if you don't hover, it will show you the description of what is currently selected. So in this case, the draw mesh here. And now the interesting thing is that I also show these guys here. So maybe you can actually have a look at one of these these things that we just built. So this guy here, maybe I'd back the texture map force. And so what we could do is we could select this operator, and then we get obviously the documentation for this. And a new feature is also that can always scroll with the right mouse button. I like this because it's a little bit less jerky than the mouse wheel. I wish there would be smooth scrolling, but this is this turned out to be a little bit unstable. So anyways, you now have these Meetup references here. And then you can click here, and then this will bring up a browser with a deep link into this, into whatever this video was. And then I'm not really sure how this is going to live test. Screen space, and there's no way to easily change this, but it's a great effect. It's just so the white areas of basically it's. I like this. Seems to be a good example of okay. There's we discussed a little bit about TextureMapForce, what it does, and there's a video snippet. And then if people get stuck understanding what an effect does, they have a bunch of references here. And I used the transcripts to extract the meaning of this with Claude. So this is all an AI summary. So there are false positives, definitely. But sometimes it's better to have like 1 out of 6 or so that's completely talking about something else, and 5 examples that might actually help you to understand what's going on. So that's why I found this was an interesting idea to leverage the original tutorials. So yeah, and I'm kind of curious what you people think, if this is useful or a waste of UI space, or you know, whether this should be on by default. Then obviously, if you are pro and you know all the operators already, then you can just hide this. And I'm also not really sure about the extent that we should use hover to show documentation, because it might be hovering over here, or even worse, if you let's say you have like this TextureMapForce. Since we now use these markdown links here, you can actually open this and it will show the thing on the in the symbol library. But now if you hover over here, you get like a lot of other information. And then obviously if I get the information in this tooltip here, and I also get the information down here, so it's the same information, so why should I show it twice? So there needs to be some cleanup, but for the cleanup, I need to understand how relevant this help window should be, how useful it should be.
I like the idea of having a help window and not having it be like hover, because the hover might get a bit annoying if you're like performing maybe.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, I also don't like hover. Oh, also the previous issue with hover, like when you had the variations window in there, you would hover like press it, and it would switch your render to it.
I mean,
maybe that's why I don't like the hover idea, but
so the
help window itself is useful.
Okay, I mean, okay, let's settle for that. So I will. What do so one thing, so I can completely understand why this hover was a little bit obnoxious, and it was also super difficult to discover. That's why there are now these icons here. So you actually see whether or not this is on. And also you see this if live image generator, so maybe you should actually go back to this guy and actually have something like no, is there's actually okay, we see some effects here of different hovering, and you now see why it's on, because there is a status there you can toggle on and off. Initially I even had this needs attention. This by default it's magenta, this color, but I decided that this is a little bit too aggressive because then it feels like there's an arrow here, but it's not. Like it's another example. If I pin this guy here, and if I render this guy, so now like it's like this is really relevant that it's rendering right now. That's why it has this needs attention magenta color. But this is more a toggle, so I thought blue is good enough. And I can use the same option here, obviously. And so it should be easier to toggle. And then, of course, the question is, what's the default? Should it hover by default or not? I'm almost tempted to enable it and then let people discover that there is this option and then they can disable it. But yeah, I guess it's a small step between making something discoverable and annoying the heck out of people.
I think as it is now, the way that it loads each preview and makes your screen show it anytime you click on any node, that's enough for me to say don't have it enabled by default, because it's kind of buggy in a way. Is the preview on hover that we're talking about?
You mean like in the preset thing? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you have preview on hover, it causes all sorts of like buggy behavior, kind of.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this I already disabled here for the variations.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize you were talking about a different thing. Sorry.
Yeah. Or actually, to be honest, I probably should check because it's kind of warm. So everything I say today, take it with a grain of blurriness. So what do we look? We look for user settings. And I think there should be something related to hover. Variation hover on preview is false. So you were right and I was wrong.
What?
So let's make this false. Okay. And maybe put it into. I mean, I'm not really sure if. So what kind of what broke if you do this? So why? I mean, obviously it's bad during live performances. But
so there's just a couple of major things that were a problem for me, and I think a lot of people were getting it too. Like, if you click on a node, any node that has presets and preview on hover is enabled, it will load each preset one by one and send it to your screen. So if you do it with something,
no, this is there are two different things here. So the thing you are talking is this thing, live render previews, and this is basically the thing you were talking about.
Oh.
And so maybe we take something that's a little bit easier to discuss. So let's take the color grade here. So I would argue that it's useful to see these on hover because they don't really do damage as long as you are not in a live performance mode or just recording. And this guy, this is super annoying.
That's okay. So that's okay. I was getting that confused with the other one.
Yeah. And this
the one I did have a small problem with.
Yeah.
And it's not it basically it really confused me because I didn't realize If if my mouse happens to randomly be hovering over a preview while I'm typing in the value of a parameter,
Oh,
it doesn't retain it.
oh,
And so then when your mouse pops up, it knows exactly
oh.
what it was.
But why didn't you write a bug report?
I did. I put it in the. It's in the bugs.
No, we have too many bug channels. I'm so sorry. I mean, like
That's fine.
this will be a super easy fix because, of course, we know that there is an input active, which this is we have this property because we need it for one gazillion other things. To not do something if, for instance, like you can't have like the keyboard shortcuts, for instance, are now disabled because obviously it doesn't make sense to scroll the camera if I'm pressing a W here or something like this. And we can, of course, use the same here. This would be easy. But besides, do you have other, if I would think like, what was the English term for this? Bartering?
That was the only two things that I've noticed, and I didn't realize one of them was from the live previews thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, maybe, I don't know. That's the ones I noticed anyway. I've not been messing with it too much lately.
Okay. I mean, I can fix this easily. Yeah. Nice.
I'm using 4.2.0.2 alpha, and I really like it generally. It's been really nice. Yeah.
Thank you. Great to hear. I mean, I spent some time feature creeping. So actually, I'm having the release in my mind, and then I'm thinking about if I really need to make a release update video, and then I see all the glitches and all the things that are not aligned and all these things. So I get lost into doing things like this, like restyling all these settings windows. And then while restyling the settings windows, I suddenly realized that so there was a glitch that you couldn't really style a certain type of the user interface. There is this, I wanted to have this look, but I couldn't because for some reason, like this panel, like these two properties, they weren't exposed. So yeah, I think like this property wasn't exposed correctly. So yeah, so I spent a lot of time tweaking stuff, arranging icons, and putting in these icons and so on. So, but yeah, now I'm getting closer to the release. Okay, and back to this question. So if this would be enabled by default, and you can quickly disable the live hover thing here. So if this icon would be here and it would be blue by default, would you be totally annoyed, or do you think other people would be totally annoyed?
No, it will not be as annoying as variations of the hover.
Yeah.
It's so distracting, and especially like when you're doing with SDFs and it recompiles them.
Oh, yeah, it's the worst.
Yeah.
But I completely, I mean, and then also like the worst part is actually that so if you have, I think, okay, probably recompiling the shaders is probably the first part, but another bad thing is also having something like advanced feedback or so, like a feedback effect. And then maybe we actually maybe if we bring down this alpha here, do we actually see some feedback here? Or maybe we bring down the Oh, I love that you can scroll with the right mouse button. So bring down this a little bit. Do we eventually see some feedback? I think like the worst part was that if you have a very slow displacement and you're crafting it and you zoning in on something, and then you have a live preview on. Oh no, it's still doing it.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay. And this works, but no, it's still doing it. I thought that I spent some time trying to figure out how to not adjust the window size here. But then I figured out that it wasn't possible because then I couldn't show the defaults here because I needed to wait for 1 or 2 frames until I can actually read it back to the CPU. So yeah, but yeah, this is now off by default. When I think it's probably a good thing that it's off by default. Okay. Yeah, and if yeah, if you have some time and you play with this, I'm very, very curious how what about the quality of these links. So we have tons of references here. You know, like for instance, for particles, we have like these 17 references. And I'm especially curious about feedback. How should they be sorted? So we have some relevancy calculation in there. How useful are these texts? How useful is this list? So would it be better if instead of Meetup, we have a long description there, like all these kinds of things? So what would make more approachable and more discoverable? So all feedback will come.
cool.
Yeah. So maybe what kind of what should we do today? What's interesting?
I got some little basic questions I had about particles.
Sure, we can talk about particles. This is great.
Yeah. One thing I was curious about is like sometimes I have problems like I don't know if it's just the way it is or if maybe I'm not doing like what's a good way to have effective use of transparency if you have multiple particles like or what are good like techniques and approaches to dealing with transparency on particles and doing like other effects like I have like a little example I could show.
Yeah.
So I've made like some particles that are supposed to fade in opacity over their lifetime.
Wait a second. I will have to bring you over.
Yeah,
1 second. And I'm slow and stupid, and I have to fight with this code first. I have to pop this out. This in, then I can bring you over. Oh, there are so many. Okay, now you're live.
Yeah, so this is kind of weird already because earlier when I was doing this, I had like little black outlines around my particles, but now everything is good. And I'm not sure why that
Probably blend mode is normal. You're not writing the C. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So that I guess that's one part of it, is if you want to have Z. So what is the deal with the outlines if you have the Z buffer active? Why does that happen?
I can talk a little bit about this in a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what you had 2 questions, I think.
Yeah, and then also transparency. Like, is this just the way it is? Like I mean, because when I turn it off, this is kind of great. This is kind of what I like. But then I guess you couldn't have something like depth of field. But again, that's not like a big deal to me. Like, I'm just curious about general stuff like this. Like, just to be more aware.
Okay. Okay, let me bring you back there over there. So it's a pretty hard problem. And we have a bunch of solutions that are better. I think I have to pop this in so I can read the comments here. So first, let's talk about what's actually happening and how to at least limit the black outlines. So let's make a simple particle system. So we start with radial points, and then we emit this into particle system, and then we draw these points. And maybe we TurbulenceForce here. And maybe we limit the number of particles that we want to 1,000 or so. And maybe 20 and increase the point size here. So bring them closer together. So we have this some overlap at the beginning. So what's, and also sometimes we have like this guy here. It's the same problem. So what's happening is that you can have one of the two. Either you write the Z-buffer, but then you have to draw particles from back to front. Because otherwise, so the problem is that, so let's say this is the camera here. And then you have a particle here and a particle here and a particle here. And if you draw this guy's first, then this will not be this guy orange check. This guy will be hidden, and this guy will also be hidden. I mean, this guy will be hidden either way because it might be hidden by this guy. So the only way to draw this correctly is by first drawing this, then this, and then this. And otherwise, there is no way to correctly compute the transparency that you need for this pixel. So basically, if you have an array here, then you have to get this pixel, and this pixel, and render each of them correctly to draw the correct opacity. Because you have to, and then the whole thing about z-test is, of course, that you only want to draw them once. And then, of course, you can separate z-testing from z-writing. So you can say, I don't care about z-test, but I want to write. Then it's the same thing, just reverse. So it will still look weird because randomly the first operator that is being drawn will write the depth into the Z-buffer, and then other particles that might be drawn later will be ignored if they are further back. So the reason why we have these outlines once in a while is that if you imagine clear this through if you imagine having like how to do this, so let's say we have a particle here that gets like more and more transparent up there, then we have to have a fixed value where we say I write the depth or I don't write the depth. And we know that this is basically this is discrete decision. So either you write it or you don't write it. And that's why, so if you imagine like there would be a little graph here. So this, let's say, is this is alpha. And then you have basically this is 0 and here is 1 or something like this. Then you have like this little curve here that goes like so, maybe like with some curves. Then eventually you have to cut somewhere to say, okay, this is opaque and this is not opaque.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because you can't have any blur or interpolation in a depth buffer.
Yeah, I mean there are
the distance. So
you can. So there's an algorithm. Well, I guess there must be tons and tons of bachelor thesis written about these topics. So there's an algorithm called order independent transparency that does this, and it involves a bunch of cleverly combined render targets, but it needs a special setup, and it's
sounds heavy.
It is heavy. It's depends on the use case. It can still be cheaper than sorting. So we will come to sorting in a second, but it is heavy. It's definitely heavy, but it's on the class, let's say, with screen space, emit occlusion, something like this. But it's doable. So anyways, so now that we discussed this, we can actually discuss, so what are these black lines here? And if you take this guy and look at this alpha cutoff, so this is magic number. And if you go in here and say, okay, it needs to be fully opaque to be opaque before writing the buffer. So then the outlines are almost gone, but then if you use a blurry texture, it will no longer look blurry. And this is the problem. So maybe we let's say we generate a texture here too. And then
and I map transparency and it just disappears if it goes beyond the threshold.
Yeah. So basically, and it gets smaller and smaller, and eventually it will no longer be soft, but you want it to be soft. It's the effect is off. And sometimes you also have this problem that if you make this too small, then it will say I'm opaque, but there's or I'm not opaque. No, I'm opaque, but I'm too transparent, so you will not really see it, and then you will see the background behind it a little bit. And then you have particles written on top of it, but they will be discarded because it already, they have particles behind it, but they will be discarded because you already wrote the depth. So there's no, at least as far as I know, there's no real simple sweet spot to fix this. One thing what we can do is, so maybe increase here this again. So sometimes, and then there's also like a hidden problem that some people might not realize, but if you have, let's say you have a texture that you use for a particle, and this texture has a fully transparent but colored background, then this will also leak into the blending here. So it will not be obvious. Sometimes it will not be obvious, but yeah, this will also be a problem. So make sure that if you have fully transparent things, that that's the same color, only changing in alpha. And then there's a last thing. I'm not to be sure if, let's say, let's render this into texture so we can just a little bit closer detail. And maybe we insert a camera that we can rotate so we can look at this a little bit closer. So, and then, from one side, it might always be okay, but from the other side, like this is the worst case scenario because now the one in front is drawn first, but it should be drawn last. So anyways, if we not control the camera, but zoom into the output, and we go to our texture here again. So okay, here okay, it makes it different worse or different look differently bad. But if you have textures here that are huge and you don't have Generate-mipmaps, this might look very poor and it will be very slow to render. So I can really recommend to enable this Generate-mipmaps, because then when downsampling for very small particles, it will look much better and be much faster because the texture samples that will be fetched are closer together in mipmap level. Okay, anyways, so now for how do you sort points? And I think we can use the SortForce or something like this. What was this? Sort points. Was this like this? I can't, I don't remember. So like this, and like put it in there. Das ist,
No, it's gonna crash. No,
it will do the cycle.
Use. If you maybe if you like open the example of it, the setup should be there.
Nice.
I've never seen sort points before.
Yeah, it's something clever that Ump built. But let me quickly. I have to write down my notes here. Studio. Second. I have to keep meeting notes. Where do we write this? Why doesn't it ask me where to write it? Computers, like my computer's like I'm feeling. It's so slow. Like, like what's even going on here? I think I made it much worse by setting a different display size on my left screen here. This is one, like, what? So if you ever complain about TiXL not responding, you can say, well, there are other apps used by millions of people, and sometimes if you do very strange things to them, they will do very strange things in return. What the fuck? Okay, I guess we have to kill Visual Studio here. No, it's still not happy. Yeah. What's even like sure, to desktop. I want to save it. Okay. And we said you had a note earlier about prevent live hover preview while editing inputs. And then we had this prevent cycle when connecting camera reference to SortPoints. I think there are a bunch of cycle checks already, so I actually think this should have worked. But yeah, okay, let's look at the example here. And just to be sure that coding looks correct, I was a little bit concerned about the my display scaling here. So this example here. Okay, maybe this is cloud sprites. This sounds a little bit like the example that Nick was talking about.
Ooh. Oh, that looks cool.
And then if we bypass it.
Oh.
So also like it's a trippy effect back there, but probably not what most people would expect.
No.
And so
This is crazy.
yeah, sorting the point is the thing you want to do, but it's a tricky business, and it will definitely be affected by the point count. And I think what was the numbers? I think it will work up to like 1 million or something.
No, I think it should just be power of 2.
Power of 2. This was the limitation. This is the only limitation, or I thought that was. I tried it with a bunch of settings, and I think it for me it also had some performance penalties. But like trivial, if you only have, let's say, 100,000, it should work just fine. But if you have like millions of points, then this might affect performance.
Also, another problem with it, if you have like 2 different particle systems that are like drawn differently, like absolutely different sprites. Like if you have those close in there, and then you would have another particle system that would be like small points.
Interesting.
Can't really sort them together. Like they would have to be somehow in one buffer, and then you would have to draw them kind of at once.
I mean, we probably
I
could.
don't know how to solve that.
I mean, one thing we probably could do is to have, I guess, like something like a texture atlas or so, and then add the style into the points, and then just combine the buffer.
Something like that, yeah.
So maybe
It looks so cool.
Well,
that's amazing.
I mean, it's probably I'm not really sure if it's actually supposed to look cool, but it's definitely much better than without it.
Yeah, well, like, because I mean, this is what you would expect particles to be doing. Like, you would want them to be not like rendering at the wrong order, I guess, because I guess if you don't have sort points, it's just doing them based on when they were emitted, or based on the buffer order, or not based on.
I mean,
I guess this is sorting them based on the camera, right?
I think, yeah, based on the camera. So now that I think about this, so what we actually could do is sure. What? I mean, obviously, like this is okay. Obviously, it will take me a long time to understand what's going on here, but but obviously it's working better than without it. And it's something that most people would expect from a particle system as a parameter. And what we could do is two things. One thing could be like two ways how to handle this, and two options. And we could even say, okay, we need both of these. The one thing could be we take all this or this guy and put it in here, and have DrawPoints, have it a new option, you know, sort by depth or something like this. And then maybe this could be disabled by default or so, because people don't really care, and then it's faster. And it, but then there would be a checkbox here, and if the checkbox is enabled, then a bunch of magic things will happen. So probably like the first thing is like, if the buffer is not power of 2, then we have to have a copy.
No, but we should fix that even before we like insert it into.
But is it possible?
It is fixable.
It is fixable. Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember what exactly is the bug, but you basically just have to like increase the buffer size to next power of 2, and then after the sort, just chop off the end.
Okay. Well, then it would be ideal. Then we could just, you know, it would be super trivial, like this solution, because we could literally just add a new parameter here. And then if this parameter is true, then we, wherever this buffer is here, like this G points, then we just a pick buffer here, and then we pick the sorted buffer. Would be trivial. And I think it's something that yes, I'm a little bit concerned always about the number of parameters we have, because too many parameters and people get very confused. But I'm also always a little bit scared about the number of operators we have. And it's not really obvious where operators are. So if we, let's say, if we look at this example here, SortPoints example, and then you search for, let's say, add. Okay, like there are a bunch of adds here in this thing. But now if you look in its children, then you see there are like tons and tons of adds. Because it will go very deep into very complicated things somewhere and find things you would never have expected that there are operators in here. So when pick blend mode, and pick blend mode is somewhere here in draw lines. And visually it's a visualize points. So and these are all operators. So there are if you go in here, there needs to be basically invalidated and updated and so on. And that's why, long story short, I think I would then probably try to clean this up or rebuild it in C# with less operators to because DrawPoints is an operator that is super frequently used. And there is no simple way to not invalidate these things. I don't know if this was completely confusing or meaningful.
Yeah, I can see the dilemma. Yeah.
Well, it's just a trade-off, you know. You have to make a decision, and sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it's not. But there are many decisions we made where it's very questionable if we need to embed all these sub-operators. And then, of course, yeah, eventually we have to figure out a better way to invalidate them to speed this thing up a little bit. So what the idea at SortPoints is option to all points.
But you would also wanted to draw billboards probably.
Yep. Was what I was just thinking.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And there are probably a bunch of other things where it would also be useful to have. But yeah, sounds like a really
Yeah, it'd be so nice for clouds and
Yeah.
environmental sprites and things. Like, yeah.
So, how do we do this? Can I? Okay, this is a ridiculous question. I'm not sure if I can help you with this.
Well, it looks scary, but most of the work is in the shader.
Yeah, I
Just
assume so.
pass a number into it. Because all of this scary graph, it's almost like one line of code.
Yep.
If you
Yep.
write.
I mean, for always like with these kind of things. So what I do once in a while is I take an operator that's very complicated that looks like this, and then I will take all the logic and replace the operators with C#. And for instance, the same thing was with layer 2D. So like layer 2D literally looked the same, maybe even more complicated because there was like a squarey amount of things to calculate how large layer 2D should be. Because right now we have like this rescaling thing here. Maybe we render this. So and the scaling modes like fit the width or fit the height. Okay, this is maybe if we make this look at this guy here. So fit both or cover. What is a good example of not working? But okay, I locked the resolution up there. So so these modes are very they are very complicated to have with operators. So it's completely doable, but it's complicated. And the way I did this then was I rewrote everything and have this process layer 2D, and this will basically just compute a transform matrix and then apply it. And we could have something similar for the sort points once it's working correctly. Should be really straightforward. Yeah. Yeah, would be a super cool feature. I think we can't release 4.2 without having this.
Good. That's awesome. I had another kind of sorting question, or maybe it's more to do with particle attributes.
Sure.
So if I have like some points and I plug them into ParticleSystem, it emits points from that system. And so I wanted to make some particles leave a trail, but the trail to be simulated. But if I plug a particle system to be the source of another particle system, it doesn't work. And I was wondering, is there a way, is that because there's some attributes on these emitted particles that make it so when you plug it into the next particle system, it is just doesn't know what to do?
I think this should totally work. But
can I share my example?
Yes.
To show you.
Yeah.
I think the problem might be MaxParticleCount in the first one. Like the second one would try to emit like 100,000 particles at once, and basically.
I'm being like, oh, do you know what? That's probably what it is, because it's like a big buffer, even though you're only seeing like a handful of particles. The buffer is full.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what it is?
Yeah. I think like this should. I did literally the fact you're describing. I did for Ashbourne, this demo I made.
Okay. So I just need to limit the max particle count, basically.
I think it depends on what you want to do. Let me look at your screen here and bring this over.
Okay. Okay. Let me just get ready. Okay. I'll just share. Oh, has I been sharing my screen this whole time?
No, I'm sorry. I took it away. I should have said something.
Okay. I just forgot that I was sharing my screen. This I don't know.
Yeah, so I try to limit the time people share their screen because it's much easier to not show something than to cut it out. If there be something personal or so, then I would need to edit the video. So now you are on again.
Okay, so I'm shooting out these little orange particles, which, by the way, the behavior wasn't. But this is kind of a separate question, so I don't want to get too sidetracked. But as the friction, as the drag kicks in, the turbulence is quite strong. You think that, but I guess that's because the speed tapers off, but the turbulence force is not affected. It's just an ongoing thing. So that's probably why that.
I think the turbulence force. There is some operators actually have a parameter whether or not they should use the current velocity of a particle as a strength value.
Oh.
So the turbulence force doesn't have this, but it totally could. But it's just the way. If we decide that it's a important feature, we can add this. But once again,
it's fine. Yeah. So that wasn't even my question anyway. So so I was thinking if I make these particles are coming out and I wanted to make them leave a little cloud trail, little rockets or something. So I plug them into the second particle system, which basically would look it's like this. It's like leaving a little trail.
Yeah.
But if I plug the system into it, I think that is the limit issue. We're not seeing trails. Instead, it's just
for it having trails. Basically, can you go to the particle system? Oh, sorry, you can just leave it like this. I guess it was. I think it was just fine.
Okay. Yeah.
So the first one, the upper one. So this is change this to 1000. The MaxParticleCount. And now take the second one and make it 5000. So now the trail will be 5 points.
I see. So if I wanted a long trail, I would need to increase both of them by quite a bit, or
So there you have a bunch of options. So one option could be, of course, increase the buffer size. And it's not as bad as you might think, because in my experience, 90% or so goes into drawing the points. And if they are not there, then the point count is not the bottleneck. The computation is pretty fast and copying the buffers and so on. Drawing the points is most of the time the bottleneck. But and then, if they have a short lifetime, then it's not too bad.
The other thing is the map point attributes doesn't work anymore. If I just have a normal point and I use map point attributes, it uses the mapping, so they start small and they get big and they fade. This is the behavior of the trail that I wanted. But if I use my particle system as the source, it oh, it's working now. Well, that's weird. Is it working? I can't. It wasn't doing that before. Wait, is it?
It's always the same. I mean, can you take the gradient and change it to something that we can see? Maybe going from red to green or so.
It's okay now. It's completely working. So don't know what was going on there.
Looks pretty fancy, nice.
Yeah.
So I had another idea how to maybe get the same idea, longer trails with fewer points.
Yeah.
And I think what you could do is maybe something like an Ank trick or so. You could cycle through the particles and only emit like a section of them. So let's say if you insert filter points between particle system, between the two particle systems, if you add filter points between them.
Okay.
Yeah, filter points. And then you say, honestly, can you hover over count, the count parameter? Does it have a description? Defines. I wonder if actually does it support -1 or is it clamping?
I've tried this before and I don't think it does.
Ooh, this would actually be a nice option. So because now, I mean, obviously, can you go back to the upper particle system? And now control-click the MaxParticleCount input. Sorry. Yeah, and then basically change this and then put over there. So this is basically like my method to, and then we can take this to like something. So now so this should look like before. So you basically filter all points. But now you could say, the second line you divide by, let's say you have a new, the line that is currently highlighted, that's going from MaxParticleCount to the count. If you split this with, sorry, I wish I could have a pointer to show you where to click. So like Discord, I mean, I don't know, like Slack has this feature since 10 years. Nothing else, but this is actually a cool feature. So the connection line between MaxParticleCount and filter points. The gray line between this one. Click there and split it. And use it. Can you search for divide? Is there an diff int? Yes, IntDiff. Take this guy. So and now control-click the denominator parameter. And then change the denominator to 10. So this will now only emit like every 10th point. And now you can change the start index to a CountInt. Also you have to connect basically, take a count, or there should be something like CountInt or so. Ooh, interesting. Interesting how you do this. I mean, you could also like use an int counter if you want to do this. So like might be easier. There's an int counter that does this. Or you just count int. Can't you do just count int and then it counts? I think just use count int without this guy. You don't need this.
Okay.
And this will continually counter and count up, and this you put into the filter points.
Like this.
Yes. And probably you will also have to add a modulo in there between like this. It already has the modulo, so you can actually use the denominator thing into the modulo there.
Like, not this one?
Yeah, no, this one. I think this one. And I would have expected this to work. I'm so disappointed.
5,000 is too much. Maybe it should be like, I don't know. How many orange particles do you have there, actually? Not more than 100, maybe.
Yeah, not many.
But can you go to this, before you change something, can you go back to the second particle system? What's the count in there? I think this should totally work.
10.
Can you click reset once? And can you go to lifetime and maybe change the lifetime a little bit? It's like a lifetime issue.
No, it should be the first buffer is too big.
It might be this MapPointAttributes, because before this was making it like...
Can you bypass it?
Oh no, it's not that. Weird.
Now change the MaxParticleCount that you have the first
Yeah,
one
the first one.
to 100. Huh?
I think this is
And
something
if you bypass the filter points,
interesting. Well, actually, you don't. What I normally do is instead of disconnecting, I just press Shift B. Sometimes easier, especially for these kind of things. So like you can just bypass the like literally bypass it. And it should actually do the same thing as breaking the connection.
What the?
Interesting.
It looks different. Oh no, it's the same. Okay.
People are so
Wait,
skeptical.
no, it's like it's extra weird now. It's like not even. Oh, it's because I got reset. Sorry. Oh god. Yeah, I had reset. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Although this.
Wait a second.
This is weird. Yeah. No, that's right. Is it?
It's every.
Oh, yeah, because my size is small. That's why it's. Yeah, that's that. Well, this is working. Like, but yeah, I don't know about the filter thing. I'm not sure what.
Okay, let's look at this again. So it takes the. Can you look at the filter points operator? So we have basically. This is also like this is there's one step missing. Literally. So sadly, you have to take the denominator and convert it into a float. Don't get me started about this. So like you have to take this guy and have like an int to float operator.
Oops.
And then you can connect this one to the filter points, because we only want to have to the filter points a step.
Step? What's?
Yes, because this will basically take every second one and then every 10th one.
Oh. Oh, I think I get it.
So it's maybe easier to make a sketch or so, but it's sometimes it might be good enough for the thing you want to do, because then let's say you have let's say if you want to draw lines or something like this. This might be a good example,
Yeah,
but
you don't want. Yeah.
But then you would have
so many points.
Yeah. But then you would have probably gaps between the particles and the trailing lines, which also be a little bit weird. But yeah, anyways, there you go.
Cool.
It's a particle effect, basically emitting other particles. And I think sometimes what would be what you could do is, let's say, let's create another connection out of the first particle system. As in a showcase, and drag it out somewhere like at the bottom or somewhere. Yep. And then do another filter points. And then we have count 1. This is good. And then put this into particle system. Or maybe let's make something more complete. Let's start repeated points.
From here?
Yeah, below, like this goes into repeated points. And then take a radial point as the G points. I think like like a little bit faster. May I show you like a shortcut? It might not be your taste, but can you remove the radial points? I think if you click there, just click once,
Oh.
And then can you once again undo this?
Yeah.
If you click there just once, it's very likely that what you're looking for is in this list. You know, radial points is at place 3.
Yeah.
So because the auto-suggest knows the context now, and it will take this into account. So it will look for frequent connections between this operator that matches and that goes into a repeated point. And since repeated point is a very common operator, it can use this for frequency improvement. Okay, anyways, and then the same thing goes to the other side. So if you remove the DrawPoints and just click there, just click DrawPoints is the second one, and then you might like it or you might not like it, but if you just click DrawPoints, then you don't have to group the graph because the graph is already grouped. Yeah. So you almost have like a little bit like auto layout, and then if you actually can you remove the DrawPoints again? So just as a small tip, if you don't click to the right but to the bottom,
oh no way,
then basically you can basically have like these. It's nice for post processing.
No, this is really nice. Like I just had this like muscle memory to do it the other way, but like I'm really happy that you showed me.
I'm pretty sure this might be Houdini or something, and like every other, but like here with the stacking thing, like this plus is actually quite pretty useful. So, anyways, so we take this guy. But it's I played around with the size, but it's not good enough. Okay, and before doing this, like if we now click between DrawPoints and repeated points at the arrow, just click there once. Then we add a ParticleSystem. Just click there once. And maybe click once at the ParticleForces input. And use the first, or just press enter. Because most of the time I just want to have a ParticleForce. So, okay. And this we will put into our group. And then we're going to look at this, what is going to happen. So what this will do is it will basically take, like currently it will take one particle system and keep emitting from that. And it will basically, it emits this circle buffer, basically. And if this is what you want, I don't know. But what you could do is, since you now have this, like if you take the filter point and move it so that it's above the repeated points, just like drag it and move it on top of it, because I think it's a little bit easier to read. Yeah, let's take it there. And now if you press on start index once, to the left, the input region of the start index parameter. If you click there once, click, and then use CountInt. So now what basically it will go through all the particles and basically randomly spawn these things. And this might be completely stupid, but if you know, basically, for instance, let's say you go into like the particle system and then have the emit velocity and make it like let's say 50 or something like this. Okay, 50 is too much. 50 is like the thing that was Ank was talking about earlier. Make it 5. So basically, this is almost like, small little explosions. And if you go into the particle point and then the radial point, and then tweak the radial point so that it has a smaller radius, and then I think there is probably like a Z to outside. There's actually even a preset with a nice thumbnail that is useful in the preset, and there's a Z to outside. In the presets window.
Oh,
And then there's a Z2 outside. This is what you want.
that's cool.
Fireworks.
Mm.
So it's not what you asked for, but it might be useful.
I did want to ask about CountInt. Like, I didn't know that by default it just counts without anything plugged into it. Like, what is triggering the integer to go up?
So there are a bunch of operators that count by themselves. CountInt is one of them. There's also counter, and it's a little bit like time. So
Using time factor?
no, every frame they count.
Oh, okay. So every single like tick is doing a count.
Yeah. And there might be some magic going on. So if you have multiple iterations, or like if you are in a loop, or if you are reevaluating the graph several times, it might do clever things or not. So I think it will try to figure out the update cycle actually. So it will literally only count on the next frame. But this I don't even know.
Okay.
But many of these operators that you have, let's say, I think there's an operator called getLastFrame or something like this. Or why do I have my this thing here open? I have no clue what's going on. I'm a noob, but that's sick. Okay, sorry about this. We can try to understand it, but it's probably pretty advanced things here.
Well, actually, I did want to check about like what's happening. Is this making it so it assigns an emission per particle? Like if I did something like this here, it would mean that each individual particle is leaving a ring trail. Like this is.
I mean, you just dump it in there. So if you take like the output, I would just take the filter output thing, the output, and then move it into there. And this would be the targets. So I don't probably. I mean, actually, no. Wait a second. It will not get slower because the thing that it will be the particle system. You know, like this will clamp what's going on because like this is his max particle count.
It's like little mushrooms.
Yeah, actually, the nice thing is that it's now you can go into, since this is its own particle system, so you can now tweak it and do things like adding other forces and other dampings or so. I think damping is probably something that you want to go bring up.
Yeah.
So
oh, this is so cool. Yeah, I need to like so it's
it looks very interesting.
We're taking the count. No, so we're filtering.
Can I make a quick sketch to illustrate what's going on? Okay, I will bring you over here. I will try to use this window, and I will try to drag it over. And you are no longer sharing your screen, so now that you are there. So so what's happening is this. So let's look at, take a new sketch here. Move this somewhere else. So we have. No, wait a second, this was stupid. We have a buffer here. And if I could draw straight lines, this would be things inside the buffer. And you can imagine this is these are points. So this is point number 1, and somewhere here there's point n, which would be the number of particles that would be emitted by the particle system. Yeah. I think one thing that bit you, and it is not really obvious, is that some of them are separators. They have a size of -1, or like not -1, not a number, so they are not being drawn. They will be ignored by DrawPoints, but they are still in this buffer. The reason why we do it this way is that now the buffer has a fixed size, and we don't have to resize the buffer, and it makes things much easier. I mean, obviously, this is not a smart thing. So, like, if you would have all the time in the world to craft one single particle system, then you would have atomic counters and growing buffers and stuff like this. But this is much harder, and it would be less flexible than the TiXL system. So that's why we do it like this.
So when you have a particle system and the max particle count is like 100, half of that will be like terminator points that you don't see, and that's why we're only using. That's why we use the filter points to. Oh no!
Just like
because we were doing the thing where we step through them. That's why.
Yeah.
It will
Well,
50.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you will get 100, but there's
so
ones that. Yeah.
So let's say we have like this 100,000 default, and you start emitting 10 at a time. Okay, maybe we say this is the worst handwriting ever. So let's say we have 100 and we start emitting 2 at a time. At every frame we emit 2. Then we emit, and we are currently at frame 3. So we now see 6 particles flying around, but we have a capacity for another 94.
Okay.
And so basically this is how the particle system works. And eventually, if you emit all of them, they will all be visible, but then it will cycle over and start from scratch. And it will basically override these guys because you guys are too old. I'm replacing you.
Okay.
If you by any chance change the emit count on the fly, you can just do this. You could say like, now I'm emitting 1, next time I'm emitting 3 or 10 or whatever, and it will just work. Even if you emit something like, okay, now emit like 100, then it will go in here, it will wrap around and start filling all these guys. And it will do so, but it will, and I had particle systems where it did just that. Because then you could say, the next frame I don't emit at all. And then you can basically use this buffer as it is and simulate it with forces and stuff. So I think this is valid.
I think actually when you emit like more than 1 point at a time, it doesn't emit it like in a chunk in buffer, but it distributes it over entire buffer. I had a pixel shader to debug this, to basically show what happens in this buffer, and when you change the point count of the emitter, you see like how do I explain it? But basically, it could override the particles that are not very old, but
okay.
the one that would overlap.
I mean, it sounds like we should have a session and debug this, because I think this is the expected behavior. And if it's not working,
that's what I also expected. But
yeah,
well, I mean, it works. It's fine. You wouldn't probably stumble upon this because.
Well, I mean, obviously you did.
Wouldn't change.
So
no, I theoretically did, because I just looked at this debug thing and
yeah.
saw that. But
I mean, like, obviously, so just to make sure why this would be a good use case, and like, so why wrapping around doing this kind of things would be useful is, so let's build a quick, let's build a quick examples. I mean, you can't have enough examples, and especially now. You first? Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay, a quick example and quick detour, and then we come back to this sketch here. So we take line text points. So sadly, this generates only things on the CPU, so we have to convert it to a buffer. List to buffer, and if we draw this as lines, we should see some. There's something here. Of maybe we should change this to Meetup and today. These are just points, so we can take this away and use DrawPoints. So we have some points here, and what I could do now is I could take a particle system. I just emit this into the particle system, and actually this was a little bit. Actually, the smartest thing would be to click here and use particle system, because then it would be immediately inserted. And you know, we would emit these points, and you would say like, oh, okay, well, this is kind of stupid, but what you can then do is you can take this MaxParticleCount and say, no, I need a buffer that has precisely this count. You can say, okay, -1, and then it will basically, the particle system now has like this count of like these 250 points that coming in there. Obviously, why would you do this? This is like, but then you can say, no, but now I'm not emitting. You know, and then you have like this thing that you can play with and say, okay, maybe you have a TurbulenceForce here, and then you emit only once, and then maybe with less emit-velocity here. And then you can start animating this. And what's even cooler is, I can't remember this, I can't emphasize this enough. There's an operator called ReconstructForce. There's an operator called reconstructive that I can't get here, so I have to search actually ReconstructForce. So it wants a buffer. This is the buffer that it wants to reconstruct, and it is a particle force. And what the thing will do is it will basically it will constantly bleed in the original particle's position in there. And with this, you can do, yeah, you can basically fool around and have something that is once in a while getting back to its original thing. So I don't know if this probably a very strange explanation here. But anyways, so having this this buffer where once in a while you stop emitting and using the state to do something with particle forces without any lifetime and so on is it's a very useful thing to have. So where we had a sketch here. So this was our sketch. So the whole thing we did the sketch was, this is our source particle system source. I'm trying to write very, very nicely and see where this is getting me. So now we filter. This must be so boring watching me drawing this. So anyways, we filter these points. And what happens is, so we have a counter. And the counter goes like every frame. So we can say the counter is somewhere. Let's say the counter is here. Or like it has like, not in there, but it has an index. And we said that the counter is floating around, wrapping around. So we can assume that it's going back there. And what the filter points now will do is it will take the size, and the size first. And it will use this size let's go back to create a filter points here. So we'll create this point, this count here to create a buffer. So if we say we have 10, then it will literally create a buffer with the length of 10. And it will not care about anything else. It will always try to fill this buffer. It will take 10 points. Then it will look backwards for any of these points, because it's running in parallel. It's a compute shader, so it doesn't know what each of these other points do, but it knows, each of these cells knows, I'm number 2. Like this would be 0. We start at 0. So what do I have to do? And then it will use the count for wrapping around things. It will use the start index for like looking at where to look, and it will use the step thing to figure out. Okay, I am number 2, and stepping, let's say, is 5 or so, or like let's say stepping is 3, and the start index is this. Then it will take the start index. It will skip 3. It will skip 3, and then eventually like, this is the guy here. And then it will, like, this is where it's pointing to, and then it will scramble it with this random scramble, so to have like a little bit of variations if you have the scatter thing not 0. And it will take this and then it will put it in there.
It skipped 3 2 times because it's currently at index 2.
Yeah.
So it's like a step of 3 per index.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's I know it's a little bit.
Also, it checks beyond the filter range. Like if it's like it's not gonna like wrap around within the filter window.
There is no. Can you maybe formulate a question another way?
Sorry. So say your filter points count is 10 and your step size is 2. Does that mean when it's filtering number 10, it's gonna be looking at index 20 in the original buffer, or it will wrap around within its?
No, it will use the original buffer. I mean, we can quickly.
My question was weird, actually.
Let's build a quick example, and this is always the way that I would recommend to figure things out. So come up with the most simple example that you can think of to prove your hypothesis. So let's say we have 100 points here. And then we draw them. These are our points, and let's say these are our source points. And I think earlier our source was orange or something. So let's say these are our points. Then we make a group, and the group, this is our test, filter test. And then we pin our filter test. So then we take filter points. And then we also draw these points, and let's say we make them magenta or something like this, and also put them into the group here. So now nothing happens because we draw these points and we write Z. So these points will be written later at the same Z position, and there will be no. Actually, this is not true. I said something completely stupid.
You may draw lines.
Yeah. First off, I used the wrong thing. And second thing, this is not true. It will overdraw if it has the same depth. So that's why we see this guy there. But sometimes what we can do is we can take these guys and maybe make them a little bit smaller so we can see the original.
Just turn off the Z-ray and Z-test.
I think we can do something better. We can take these guys and we transform them by just moving them down a little bit. Like, okay, we pick this point and we draw this. And now we can start playing with like these, we only want to filter. So like if we bring this up, so okay. This obviously count. If we start the index here, then the question is, will it wrap around or not? Honestly, I don't know, but I would guess it would wrap around. And it does. Because most of the time, this is probably what you want to do.
Yeah.
And then you can increase the step. And now this is the question, why is step a float? Step is a float because it can be useful. So, and I'm still struggling with this decision. You could say I have bad dreams and I can't go to bed tonight because this is a float value. But it's a float value because sometimes there are use cases when this is useful that it's a float and not an integer. But
I like that. Yeah.
And now,
so yeah, it's like staggering. It's like, yeah, I get it now. Yeah.
And sometimes this can be super useful. You can do things like grouping, having like pairs of like 1 or 2.
When you have flow, it's like a Euclidean sort of like distribution, like in a sampler when you have like. Yeah, like, that's really cool.
Yeah. And the cool thing about like all this is to compute any of these points, you don't need to know anything else. You can infer like which point to take just from its index. That's why it works the way it works, and it's optimized to run in a compute shader. So that's why it's like super fast, but it's not optimized for not confusing people. That's why I'm spending a lot of time talking about filter points now, and I'm super curious if the Whisper and LLM will pick this out as a new example. So one thing that should be super useful also, there's like the scatter thing, and this might be very interesting. And actually, I'm a little bit disappointed that it's going only into one direction. This shows me that this is a very bad implementation, because I would have thought this would be signed normalized. But yeah, it's if this is 1, then this would be a random set of points. This would be 9 random points in this set. And this should be roughly uniform. This should work. So,
cool.
Or let's say if this would be CountInt, and we know now that CountInt is automatically counting, and we take this as another thing for like a hypothesis. How can we have this hypothesis that this distribution is nice? Then we can render this into render target, and then we don't clear it, and then we maybe render only like a little bit of this, and then we clear it once, and maybe we zoom in here a little bit, transform this, make it bigger. So now if we don't clear this, so eventually this should turn into like a constant brightness line. And yeah, so at least there are no gaps. So this is one thing that is like not so easy. So sometimes your random algorithm might not give you all the indices that you would expect. But yeah, I think this is using, I don't know, whatever this hash is being called, but the hash we use for everything, and this is not too bad. Yeah. This was quite a detour, but I think it's super useful to I think ParticleSystem with filter points is a nice combo. You can build very interesting things with this. And for instance, just to figure out, okay, would this even be useful? Let's say we would take what's actually happening now. So basically, these are now very transparent, and okay, I don't know if this would even be useful to have. But what you can do now is you take these points and you put them into a particle system. And now maybe we take these points here, transform points, and maybe we not only rotate them, move them down a little bit, but we rotate them, and we rotate them by x goes towards the right. So we rotate them here like so, and maybe we keep clearing again, and then okay. I don't know if this is raindrops or something, but it's a particle system. Okay. And yeah, it uses a predefined set of emit positions randomly. And then you could go into this filter point and say like, okay, how should it look like? So if this is basically completely filled, then it would be like a weird effect. If this would be negative, it would break. What? Like what's even like what? Basically what just happened is, so if it's negative, it will keep the last buffer size, which is probably okay. But yeah, if it's only 1 or 2, now there would be 1 raindrop every frame. Yeah, and if we basically do this and then maybe have our CountInt here instead of seed to count, then we have a digital line, not count, start index. Now we have a diagonal line here. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Excellent question.
so I gotta go kind of soon, but and I don't want to be like hogging either, so I can totally stop talking now, or I can also show the little audio visual setup that I did last week.
Oh yeah. I would love
had
some.
one small question about it.
Sure.
I'm just gonna set it up. I just need like 10 seconds.
Sure.
Actually, I think I can share it now. Yeah. I just don't know if it's gonna completely melt my laptop because it will just about work without. I can't have OBS, but it's Discord, so maybe it'll be okay. I don't know. Is my screen sharing?
I think you're sharing, but it's orange.
That's right.
I don't know. No, now you are no longer sharing. Now you're. Oh, wait a second. Watch stream.
Sorry.
What? Oh yeah. No, it's working. Sorry.
So I'm using OSC, and I'll just load up the sound. It was like a really basic setup, but there was like one small effect that I wanted to do, which I was asking about, but then I couldn't figure it out, and then Unk shared like a really cool example that kind of destroyed my brain. Let's see if I can.
It's a very, very simple setup. I see.
Oh, the sound isn't so simple.
Looks
Is
like
my audio working?
no. You have to share your. No, it's working.
It's gonna be ripping. I've got too many things open. Steam open. Anyway, I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. I mean, interesting.
Anyway,
Oh, cool.
So the idea was I'm just like triggering different things, and there was one effect that I wanted to do where so I'm emitting like a little particle line trail. Just go here. And I wanted to, like, these blue lines are, actually I need to be here, otherwise it won't work. The little blue lines spawn, hold on, sorry, just make it a bit more varied. The little blue lines spawn sometimes, and I wanted, whenever like a little blue billboard spawns, I wanted it to connect to the other trail, like to a point on the trail. So it's kind of like a little branch. But I just couldn't like do it. Like I was trying to do with filter points, I was trying to filter like the trail. So I don't know if I should make like a more simple example because that one's got too much stuff going on. But it was like, so it's kind of like you have like a trail and then you emit a point and you just want it to connect to the existing trail. But maybe I don't know if that's too crazy.
I think what you could do is so maybe I can quickly build something and then you say what it is or what it not is. Okay, so you are no longer sharing your screen. So let's say we have a Perlin noise here, and then we connect this Perlin noise to a point, and then we emit this point into a particle system, and then we draw some points and we group this, and maybe we also draw let's put this here, and we also draw this into lines.
Yeah.
So now like this is moving like crazy, but it's like it's still it's not too shabby actually. Maybe we have a bool einem or something like this. Bool einem Boolean, and let's say we have this like every time. Sozusagen. It's a little bit like your example here.
That's basically it, yeah.
And maybe we once again we limit the emit velocity a little bit, so we see a little bit of animation, but not too crazy. And now let's.
I think I know what you're gonna do actually already, but
Okay.
please go ahead.
So now what I would do is let's say we take any of the let's reduce this here to like a meaningful number, so it's like not completely filled with empty points. So let's say we have like 200 or so, which should still be enough. Then we can take these points and we can filter them like we did earlier. Maybe we take the same thing here and this is an event, so it's true for one frame. We can use it to count ints. So this is basically the step count, how often was this, and this goes into the start index here. So right now, obviously, this does nothing because we are not drawing any of these. But let's say we draw this to, and I'm so disappointed. So maybe we change this to magenta and increase the file size here. So once in a while we see something.
It's probably max current again on the particle system.
Yeah. No, wait a second. This is maybe okay. Once in a while we see the scanning through, and I think the problem right now is that so we and this is a good thing that we discussed this because hey, we have 200 points, but why is it only sometimes being visible here? So the lifetime might be off. And this is because the lifetime is -1 and it tries to automatically infer it from the number of points that go in there. And I think this is not really working nicely. So I think we should basically make it very, very larger. So now we should see all the points there, and it should not, they should basically not vanish
What's the
eventually.
deal with that?
Hmm?
I don't get why that happens.
With the -1 or
Yeah.
honestly, I don't know. I don't know either. But this is let's focus on the one thing. So
Yeah. So
so now like this guy, once in a while, like these guys are now so once every beat or so we emit a point, and let's say let's wait until like every beat we pick another of these points, and this is basically where the red points is.
how come if you don't have it connected, it goes through them so fast?
Well, because then the default for CountInt is
yeah, I remember. Yeah,
it's like always increment.
Yeah.
Maybe we so now what I would do is so we take this and once again put it into ParticleSystem. So we only emit one point, and if we take this and reconnect this input here and maybe add a what happened there? Let me take a screenshot here. I think I fixed this. I so much thought I fixed this, but yeah, to quickly put this into, where do I put this? I put this into Paint. I don't really know where to leave the clipboard here. Paste. So, okay, I will fix this later. So let's add a TurbulenceForce here. So now they are moving. And now what you could do is, and I'm totally unclear if this would work, but I'm also super interesting. So we could say, okay, we take okay, I will do what I try to do, but I already know why it's not working. But we can say, okay, take this point, pair it for lines, and take this points and also pair it for lines, and then draw these lines. And it does not what we want, but it looks kind of interesting. But what we actually want is we want to keep another buffer that we want to connect there. And so we probably have just another particle system like this here. We take the filter points, we put this into the emit count. We say, okay, we on this event, this is our emit event. We have no particle forces whatsoever, so we leave it there. We have no emit velocity. This is just like a buffer where we can keep stuff. And now this is our source. And now basically every time they what? I'm so confused.
That's cool.
I mean, it's kind of interesting, but it's not yet what we wanted.
The other thing is, like, in your source particle system, you set them to have like really long life, but in my case, I didn't want them to be like, I wanted there to be mainly like not that many, like maybe a short trail. And I don't know if that might affect the behavior as well. Like, yeah, like I think how did I set it? I think I had high max particle count, but I just reset it every now and then, so the trail never got too long. Maybe like a trail of like 10 particles or something. And then I think that affected things as well, like the way the buffer IDs and things.
Yeah, I think what's happening here is the following. So so tweaking the lifetime is a little bit annoying because, or at least I thought it was annoying because I constantly had to readjust it and play it. And I thought it would be better to just figure out, okay, this is the particle count that's going in. This is the number, the number of emitted particles, and I have the particle buffer length here, so I know that if I emit every frame one particle, then my lifetime I can with 10 frames. No, like this is basically the automatic lifetime. So I have. But of course, it doesn't work if we only emit once in a while. So like now, like the currently 1 point goes in, but so the lifetime is being computed 10 frames. But so basically it can't work because we only emit once in a while. So that's why. And the midpoint thing, this is still, it's a valid setting, but it can't infer the lifetime from this. It can't compute it automatically. And if we change this to 10 seconds, this would probably be closer to, now we should see every 10 points. Yeah, this minus lifetime and also the MaxParticleCount. Yeah, these are very magic settings that sometimes work nicely, but sometimes they also bite. And this guy here, I don't understand at all. I would have expected that we filter 1 point.
What if you set on the second particle system max particle count to be like, I don't know, 20? You have 3 of them. Just set one of them is still 1000. So set this one also to something small.
I think, wait a sec. The problem is that we constantly emit these guys. And I think they also need to be emitted on like this.
Yeah.
But yeah,
there's no connection at all now.
I mean, this is, so there's no velocity count. We emit. We let's draw these guys, like just check how they look. DrawPoints. What's in here? So,
Why do you need the third one? Can you just connect the second one to the first one?
the second one, like this guy to this guy? No. Or
To the first particle system.
so you mean like this?
No, the one that's drawing lines. The white lines. And not from filter points, but from particle system, from the full thing.
Like in here? No, in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Into PairPoints, yeah. And should not connect to all of them.
Okay, I think like this is getting
yeah, so I spent ages like trying all different combinations of this, and in the end I was like, I don't know what's the best.
But see, now it's no, it's not doing what
no, that
it's almost like,
yeah, that's I think that's it. Yeah. But then like sometimes
I think the counter here is off because the problem is that this needs to match basically. So right now we are we randomly started counting. And that's why there might be a random offset in here for like this CountInt. So this is, I think, this is the problem we have right now. That
if we set them all at the same time.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, there must be. I mean, we can quickly do this. So let's say we have a trigger, and then this goes into this goes into reset. And maybe rename this into reset here. And this goes into reset. And we are not using this. So this goes into reset. This can go away. And if we press reset now,
Yeah, it's at the front now, I think. Oh, it's moving. It's slowly like shifting. Looks cool though. It looks really cool.
Yeah, I think that the problem is that you don't have access to where you're actually writing into the particle system right now. So like the particle system doesn't expose this property. So like you don't have this index.
Yeah, it'd be cool if it gave you the ID of the last emitted point.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think this would be great.
Well, I was thinking originally, which what I thought you were going to do, but then I realized it's not exactly good for all cases, is instead of sampling from the particle system, I just connect to the current source emission point, and then, but it's not the same thing. Like, I just pair points for lines of it. I just pair the source point, not the actual emitter. Like, but that's like a different effect. Yeah.
I mean,
because if you just take the point that's being plugged into the emitter, that is technically the most current position that is being used for emission, but it's not the same.
I think there is a I think internally here there is a property, and I think it's probably like these guys. You know, once again we have like this CountInt here, and right now I'm not really sure why this isn't updating. Maybe it's the because I'm not looking at it. I'm so stupid. But if you go now into the particle system, so like this index is probably what you want. And so we could expose this as another output. Might be useful.
Yeah, because then you can subtract from it to get points relative to the start point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this would be very useful. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna probably plug that into my setup.
Cool. Yeah. I think, I mean, to be honest, I'm also I'm a little bit exhausted because of the heat wave here. So I'm also not really sure how long I'm going to stay. But maybe if other people have questions, always ask. So other than this, I would be curious if you could somehow share the particles analysis you had earlier.
No,
Okay.
I actually, after your explanation about filter points, I get it how it's supposed to work. And also it's arranged this way because when you have like when you draw lines from particles and you have emitter of like with multiple points, it makes sense to arrange them that way. So it's all good.
Okay.
Oh, did you just share? You just shared something. Let me just have a look. Oh.
And so, oh yeah, what is this? There's a magic message. I think one day we will have an
That looks so cool. What is going on?
It's the same thing. Maybe my Perlin is way too fast, so it gets confusing. But it's the same setup, just connecting.
Ooh. Oh, because it's the same point count, that's why it's just working perfectly. Oh no, it's not. 1.7. The other one is. I see. Oh.
like,
What?
yeah, it's like the fade out too long lines. It's like limiting it to things that are nearby.
Maybe like if they are just pairs, I could do like a custom point shader and fade them out.
Yeah.
Like in a better way.
It also looks super interesting. Yeah.
I'm not using filter points. I just emit like the same point into a second particle system that is much smaller.
Ah, okay. Also clever.
Like it could be 1 point.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And then one has less than, yeah.
Yeah, and you always get the current
Mm.
basically point.
Oh, that's
well,
so
at
cool.
the moment you have like several, but if you set it to 1, it will be 1 point.
Wow.
Yeah,
My
nice.
God.
Cool. So
Really cool.
So what could we do about the sort point thing? Can I assist you there with debugging or something? Or
Well, there was actually a thing I wanted to do about it, like we discussed before, like to have them to be able to sort by different properties, not by just like distance to camera, but we also might want distance to camera plane for like billboards versus points. And I started doing it, and like it's a rabbit hole. Like I wanted to make it like way more advanced. Like ended up doing a bunch more nodes. Like I want to be able to create this like a buffer of keys, but it will be like just a float buffer, which is I don't know. I started doing it and then kind of moved on a little bit. I don't know. Maybe we should just fix the bug in the existing one, and I need to look into why it's still happening, because it's supposed to work already with different counts, but maybe when you change them, that's when the bug happens.
Ah, okay. I mean, like the so what I could imagine is that we take sort points and rename it to sort by distance or something like this, sort by camera distance. And then have another sort points where you can actually have sorted by, let's say, F1 or F2. And then you can have all kinds of like custom shaders that write whatever property, like size, scale, or like distance to a certain thing, and write it into this. And then you can have just multiple passes, like one shader that computes the sorting index, the sorting thing property, writes it into F1 or F2, and then we the sort
So
points.
it doesn't, if it's all happening inside this node, it doesn't even have to write into particle property. It can be just in parallel, like a separate buffer of floats.
Ah, yeah. Cool.
Guys, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Sorry, interrupt, but thank you so much for the help, and I feel bad for like hogging the time, but I learned a lot, so hopefully other people will too.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a lot of super valuable tutorials. So I think this is great.
Yeah.
And it's much better than me rambling on about like certain new features or so. Cool.
Well,
Have-
thank you very much, and I'll catch you guys later.
Have a great one.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. So maybe like if we have line points, and if we have the sort points here, sort points.
Oh yeah, and another thing with sort points, what we want is basically to remove this camera reference.
Oh,
Make it easier.
oh, this would actually
Well,
be
right now you can fix it by just going inside of it and replacing this input with just like camera buffer. But I forgot when I used it last time, and there was a situation where I didn't want that. I wanted to have like a reference input, but would it be possible to make it like if reference is not used, it would use this buffer somehow?
sure,
I
definitely.
couldn't find the nodes to make it work. But what you could do right now, basically, it takes the buffer from this reference, and you can replace it with, there is just node that takes the buffer automatically.
So so there's this thing here, first valid buffer. So I don't know, you're probably talking about a constant buffer or about point buffer.
Yeah, probably. And it's called transform buffer. Oh, what's get camera transform buffer? What's the difference between them? If you search for to
so this
I think
this only gives us
oh yeah, this one gets from the reference, from camera reference, and the second one is automatic. So
okay.
you
From the
would
context
just,
basically.
yeah, take the first valid buffer of those two.
Okay. I think we need a new
but wouldn't there be like, I think when reference is not connected, it's spamming an error. If you make a setup with this.
You mean like the I can fix this. So what should be pretty straightforward is to have a new operator pick first valid. And basically iterate through this, and this should be super straightforward. You can quickly build this. And we could also have first valid texture. I think first valid buffer. I think it might even be useful to have maybe like a boolean or something here if any of them was valid or not valid. But yeah, so let's quickly try this. And then also, like, one thing that was very awkward in this example you had earlier. Let's move this in here. So like, sorry about that. So this is kind of a strange setup. You know, it's not really intuitive.
Yeah, that's what I want to remove. So basically, if we inside the sort points just remove, not remove, but insert this like switch for camera reference. If it's not connected, it would just use the camera that is active.
Okay.
If you just go into sort points, you can try this. Where is this reference transform? It is the orange one. Just replace it with transform buffer.
Okay, there's like this guy here.
Yeah, and add the TransformConstBuffer, and replug it in there. Now it should work without plugging the reference. We'll try to draw transparent points.
I mean, shouldn't I see already like these indices flipping?
Wait a second.
Maybe with an orbit camera or something?
Oh, maybe. So are they flipping?
Maybe we can change this the axis here to point up. So then there should be frame by like every frame there should flick a sync. What was the the setup you had here? Reuse camera? No. You have to go to the example again. So camera and the reference, and the reference was to reuse camera here. Ah, and then you had like this one camera. Oh yeah, this is an awkward setup. I'm so sad about this. So this goes here, and this is reuse. Oh, yeah, reuse camera. This is the camera that we want to reuse. And then this could go in here. But we have to, so now it should work again. Maybe it's not working because this is not Power by 2.
Maybe.
Huh. We have to this camera, visualize points. Camera reference, is this orbit camera? I don't understand why this is different than your example. With the clouds. It's the same thing. We use camera, render target, actually camera, this goes into SortPoints, DrawPoints. I'm so stupid. No, wait a second. I think the index should change. So DrawPoints. Maybe if we equal this, group this, we draw these points. Also after sorting. And this would be a blob. A particle blob or something like this. Make this large.
Oh, I did. I don't understand what is happening. I cannot reconnect it to.
Should I look at your screen? Oh,
Not yet.
okay.
I'm trying to.
So this is the grid points, 16 by 16. If I have this guy here and use this instead of use this.
I think something strange may have happened when I tried to replug it to a different transform. And somehow connections get mangled or something.
Interesting.
Try to reproduce it.
Could totally be I think I broke it, the sort point. So because I think it's no longer working here.
Yeah, I just had to restart TiXL. I also broke it, and
it's like one of these the thing you had earlier with that one of this shader update counts wasn't invalidated or so, wasn't it? Okay, maybe restart here. Going very deep into the setup.
yeah, what I think the bug is if you try to go inside SortPoints at this TransformConstBuffer node and try to replug all the wires at the same time, something strange happens.
Okay.
I just tried to reconnect it like manually one by one wire, and then it was fine.
Nice one. Yeah, I think this could be totally related to the thing I fixed earlier, but I only fixed the flow for a single connection line, not multiple.
Yeah, something strange happened when like later when I tried to replug it again, and I saw that this buffer went into like UAV. It said like not buffer, like connected to something strange in the
Okay.
compute shader.
Good
But
to
I replugged it manually, like in all the 3 connections, and now it seems to like work.
Okay.
To do it. Yeah, but then again, I still see the problem to make it 128 points. Yeah, now no reference is connected. I can move the camera and I see the indices updating.
So the problem is now that these are all garbled, you say?
Wait.
Like all these inputs into like here the order is incorrect or something? Or
It plugged into something strange. Like what if you like disconnect them and then try to reconnect into each shader? And they still have to keep the order because
we can
you cannot reconnect it anymore. Like, or can you?
I think you can I think you if a failed to get tempted. Okay. Great. This is great. Because it's like super easy to reproduce. Should be easy to fix. Nice one. Okay, so like this goes in, this goes in. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, check where cover where the existing one is connected.
Like what?
No,
Like
no,
what's even going on there?
I saw this. Try like cancel this and try to hover the where the wire is connected to the shader.
Uh-huh.
And what does it say? It should say buffer, but it says UAVs. Like what the?
Yeah. I think this is this might be related to let's say we have anything to anything to let's say a value. No, it doesn't. This is going to be fun to fix because it's like so easy to reproduce. This is really great. Okay, wait a second. I quickly go into exit. By leaving. Yes, I am leaving. And then go into our this guy discarded. Cache invalidation would have been. So I think the graph caches the target position of these connection lines. And somehow gets scrambled or confused if you drag several connection lines at once. But then the cache is no longer invalidated, so it doesn't recompute the correct target index for the operator. So this is definitely a bug that needs to be fixed.
I'll try to fix this like non-power of tool count, because I think it was working at some point. I don't know why it broke. Maybe I forgot to connect something somewhere. It's a nightmare of a graph there.
Didn't I just revert it? I'm so confused. Oh no, there's another sort point. What? Cut these changes. Yeah, I think I'm slowly getting like very tired. So I might have to fix this in a little bit more
Yeah,
sleep.
you don't have to stay on the call, but I look into SortPoints soon. It should be, I hope it should be easy fix.
Yeah, and I can, so I can write that first valid buffer. So you can basically connect both of them, and it should do this automatically. I think you.
Also, like for without going into like rewriting the sort for like the thing I wanted to do before, we could just do like a mode, sorting mode, and just basically probably do a switch in there
Oh yeah.
without writing the entire buffer. Just I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, the problem is you probably can't because there is no pick for these buffer things. So also
yeah,
something I
that's
need.
what you just mentioned you work on, but I'm saying the what to sort by, like distance to camera or distance to plane or F1.
Do you think we need both options?
I mean that there will be 3 options.
But
or maybe F1 and F2.
Okay. But why but even camera distance, I mean, shouldn't it be just like always the plane, or is it?
It's sometimes you have points that are oriented towards camera center, and sometimes it's towards camera plane. Because when, for example, you render a cube map, you want them oriented towards center. Aligned perfectly.
Okay. Good point.
I can't remember, like, I think some already, isn't billboard oriented like differently than DrawPoints?
I think Billboard has a bunch of orientation settings, yeah. I think they are orientation, rotate to billboard, and point rotation and billboard. I think they one is parallel to the camera plane and one is facing to the camera center. So I think, pretty sure if I remember this correctly. Okay. Let me bring out my to-do list here so I don't forget stuff. The one thing that that you need is basically pick buffer. Then we should have
or maybe what could also be, if you do get cam transform buffer, and reference is not valid, not to spam the warning, but instead take this transform. No,
Ah, this also. Okay, which one was this?
TransformConstBuffer, and
Should we actually maybe this one? I mean, like, this is a horrible name. And it needs this for like things like motion blur and so on. Do you know, is it the same buffers that are returned? This is probably the same format, I guess.
yeah, it's just all the like camera, world to camera, camera to world, all of those, the same structure.
Yeah, you should probably adjust the documentation here. Actually, this is a bit annoying with the new Markdown thing, that this now turned into like a piece, a block of text here instead of a list. We take this, close, and this we can also add here, close. So now that at least this turns into list. And we say get TransformConstBuffer, and I think like this should be renamed. The const buffer, I guess, should, or actually this should need the const buffer, I guess. So because buffer is like always like, you know, like a structured buffer, but this is more like a constant buffer. So maybe we call it like a C buffer or so, but to make sure that it's people don't confuse it with a structured buffer. Or do you think it's okay?
It's fine. It's like you plug this node once. It's not something you use like all of the time. It's usually just inside some nodes that you don't plug into.
Transform const buffer if reference is not connected or valid. Something like this.
Yeah.
And maybe rename. I mean, also, like, you know, like the one is plural and one is like singular and so on. So like there's a lot of transforms const buffer, and also like why is there a get? You know, come transform buffer. So one has a get and one doesn't. So I think it should be just transforms. I think the plural is good. C buffer. And this should be come. Camera. Come. Transform C buffers from camera. Something like this. Okay. I mean, it's still strange, but it's better than the current names. They are very misleading and confusing and hard to find and so on. So I think
It could even be just one node, and you just don't connect the reference.
Precise, yeah. I mean, okay, so you basically say we don't need this one anymore. Actually, be even better.
I don't know if like removing nodes, we might run into like.
I mean, we can just add, you know, like if
there is another one that you would love is like AddInts and IntAdd.
AddInts and IntAdd.
Yeah. What's the difference?
The one is the multi-input, and the other thing it's AddInts. IntAdd. Oh, this is bad. This is what? I think somebody didn't look in advance. IntDiff. So I think like this this has to go. Diff and yeah, this has to go.
One is used like 7 times and the other 53.
Yay. I mean, we can just flag it as obsolete. You know, like I think like this should be obsolete.
Actually, it's used more than the other one. IntAdd is used 7 times. AddInts is at 53, at least on my machine.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could.
Which one is easier to get rid of and then rename the other one?
I mean,
but then again, if it's all by ID, it will. If you remove a node, it will break the.
I know. I would never remove it. I would just basically make this consistent and flag one as obsolete.
Oh.
So this is like all over the place. So we have sometimes it's in the back and sometimes it's in the front. So I guess it should be IntAdd should then be obsolete. Obsolete. And also IntDiff. IntDiff we can just rename to diff int.
Okay.
And then it's a little bit more consistent here. Okay. Nice cleanup work. Int add flag IntAdd is obsolete. Then rename AddInts to AddInt. And rename IntDiff to diff int. Actually a little bit unfortunate because we always have like this the thing if it's plural then it's dealing on lists. So not really intuitive, but I think like people will find it, I assume. I think it's probably better to have it like I think this is actually a better convention here. Yeah, and I think this guy already has this yeah, this is a multi-input, so it's I think better. Nice. So anything else? We can definitely like fix reconnecting multiple connections. I think this is the worst one. This is a real bug.
Oh, one question, maybe I didn't find the node, but you have blend states and you have them like as a predefined like enum. But is it possible to have a node that with all the API exposed parameters for the blend? Because you could make like it's probably not very useful for most users, but there are some funky things you can do with blend states. Like I think you should be able to make a maximum, and I don't think it's in the options right now.
I think it should. There's this guy here, blend state. No, wait a second. There is rasterizer state. No.
Yeah, this one has all of the basically API. But I couldn't find one for blend.
Blend state. I think that is this guy, RenderTargetBlendDescription.
Oh yeah.
I think the problem is that this guy doesn't have the correct output thing here. Like a RenderTargetBlendDescription should be this color.
Mm.
I think this is the. But yeah, I think like this is what you. This is the.
Yeah.
This is what you need.
Is it?
The second render.
Target
blend description would not have texture type color.
Oh no, you're just connected to blend state now. If you like click on its output, and that's it. It should.
I'm not really sure what you mean.
No. I'm good. I think that should be like the. What is it? What do you mean? It's the wrong color. It's all right. You connect it to the thing of the.
So what I mean, like this magenta color is normally used for image buffers. You know, like everything that basically that gives you an SRV or something like this. And everything else should be this brownish color because it's graphics internal thing. A constant buffer and like
So just change the color class.
Yeah. It's just a UI facing thing, and should be there's a one mapping table where basically there is, I think, the type registry or something like this. Type registry render target internal register type. I think it's this guy. And no, the package type registration, UI registration. I think it's this guy. So somewhere in here we have the blend. And all of them, there should be, they should get these properties here. So a type of compute shader and UI properties to no, wait a second. Register types of property. Yeah, so like this UI properties, this is the pink color. And this is busy texture 2D and stuff like this. And we have this guy render target here, and this has to go
here.
Yeah, it doesn't belong here, it belongs up there. So this is the problem. This is what I meant. And now the next time we start, basically this is going to be brownish. I think for render target view, I think it's okay-ish to have them down there. Honestly, even these could go up there. Actually, I now that I think about this, I think these are also like internal things that are better up there. Yeah. I know if this makes sense, but I think this is much better. Okay. Nice. Too much cleanup stuff. Good that we are talking about this. Didn't you, like you recently mentioned that you had like another thing about like was it ParticleSystem or something? You said something wasn't working as expected, or there was some internal rematching, I think you were talking about.
Yeah, there. I already forgot half of it. There was, I think I wanted with SDFs, and a separate thing with specifically how it's remerged. There's some strange stuff in the shader, but it kind of works as you would expect. But when you look at the code, there's some stuff that is kind of strange.
I mean, the cool thing now is that so since it's so encapsulated, there's only one piece of source code, and we can quickly fix it or adjust it and things like that. So so if you have some energy one day, maybe you can look at the thing again and basically send me like a pull request or just like a piece of code with just a message or so saying, hey, I will change these lines to this, and then we can quickly adjust this. But I have to admit, like the rematching, I'm not an expert about what's the best way to do this.
I saw like a quick talk at Revision. They were claiming that there is like one quick trick to make remarching more precise. I tried it didn't work. like barely made any difference. Like they showed it on a sphere and it improved it like very little bit, like in some cases when you look at a sphere, but yeah.
I mean, there is this so wait a second, I can open this Mercury. As far as I know, there was there's this what? Like what's even going on here?
Another interesting thing would be to make like a custom draw node.
Oh yeah.
I still don't know how to. You could probably just take the existing one and like expose some I don't know, code snippet already in there.
Yeah.
So you could override everything.
Do you know how to get this as an as a PDF or something like this?
Is it?
Oh, boo. Why is this? But I think I think Cooper wrote this. I'm not sure, but definitely like one of the Mercury guys, and could also have been Lass or so. And they had this way of overshooting slightly and then tracing back or something like this.
Yeah, I think that was it, that they did this talk at Revision.
Ah, okay.
So like they do like additional 5 steps or something.
Yep. And for you, it didn't work. I think I tried to implement it, but I couldn't really get it. Yeah, for me, it didn't make much of a difference. So,
Yeah, same. It's like, I don't know how
no.
how it's supposed to improve. It's especially, it doesn't really help like when you do more complicated SDFs.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, if of these
What could be cool with remarching, I don't know if I like want to touch the existing code because it kind of works and it's fine, but what I would like to do is somehow define more properties from the distance function itself somehow, so you would be not only outputting the color, but some other property that you would be able to map to, like roughness, metallic.
Oh yeah. Would be very.
I tried it before, so instead of using this color gradient, I just use this gradient as like a sampling coordinate for, and I had to add a little snippet into the remarching shader to actually like utilize it.
But wouldn't, like, how would you do that? I mean, wouldn't you have this different passes then to compute the?
No, it is like a bit of a hack. Just, I don't know, it's not very easy to use this thing.
To make it flexible enough to be used everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need like just with color, it's already not like, for example, when you have like a fractal, you want to color it, but you cannot just make the same SDF and map it to color, because the surface would still be one color.
Yep.
But what you want is to like output more properties from the function.
But then you would have to adjust all the functions and like check what is different. What's the channel? Yeah.
What I ended up doing, like for like just for a fractal, take the same custom SDF with this fractal, just alter it a bit to output like this different gradient, and use that for the color gradient. And then you could have like different color in different parts and still have it like looking at a natural.
I mean, can't you?
What could be really cool if you could just output RGB from there. You output distance, but isn't it used for something else in there?
I think you could actually. Honestly, I think this is more a problem of this operator, custom SDF, than of the system itself. Because if you have this set material and colorize it somehow, it will, let's say we combine this and have another of these guys. And then let's say we have a sphere or something like this. And then combine this and say this one is int. And I think this, like the principle. Great. Or maybe I will just increase the size here, sphere. So it can do, it can blur and stuff, and it can return like a single function. Now this is a single function. It can return the distance and the color. And so there's actually no reason that this guy shouldn't be able to return a color. The only reason why it can't is because we have this function here that doesn't check for its parameters. So I think if we would do something like this, let's say if it gets P, no, what's actually the input for this guy? Let's reset with point. Takes, I think it takes the position. Maybe we take like that's simple and take we have something simple like a sphere or so, like this. So P is this. Yeah. And we look at this guy. If we look at the output, the source code. It. So, and I think so this gets only P, which is a little bit annoying because like here with the get field, we are actually not only checking position, but we check this fourth parameter, and the fourth parameter is whether or not it should be a material or not. And it's a little bit unfortunate that this guy only takes the position and ignores the material setting. This is super annoying, actually. Like if we would do this thing inside the custom shader, then you could do everything you wanted, and like at least the material, the color output could be then be done in the custom SDF. I have to think about this. It's a little bit unfortunate that we do this now.
No, we don't have to cram it into the nearest release. It's
No, yeah. But it's definitely interesting to think about what the. I mean, fixing it should be really straightforward with another version of custom SDF. But then, of course, we would have two custom SDF. So, but what would be great is if the like all the parameters would stay the same, we would initialize basically like the W or something like this as a parameter for this method, and then we could inside this method we could actually have like this if W is like return this, and if it's smaller then we return the color or something like this. Might be super useful. And then with this we could actually have just a method that
Would it execute it like twice, once for color, once for depth?
yeah, it always does this.
But isn't it bad? Like within it's like a fractal, or would compiler optimize this stuff? I don't know.
No, like the I think it's acceptable because you are not waymarching anymore. Like the second pass, the color pass will only be called for the position.
Yeah. That's
So it will be like 2 orders of magnitude faster. And I think this is acceptable. At least like this is how most people do it. At least how Material Maker does it. And I think there are like cleverer ways to do it. LJ tried to explain to me his method, but I didn't understand what he was talking like something tricky with buffers and bits and I don't know. But so I think within this context it should be totally doable. Yeah. But not for for the next version.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Quite a challenge. Hi, Schulenheimer.
Hi, just wanted to drop in, see what this hangout is all about.
Yeah, we are discussing. I mean, earlier we discussed about. We talked about ParticleSystem, things like that for TiXL. And then, since the round got a little bit smaller, we were discussing internal implementation details for this operator that is doing waymarching. So I'm not really sure like how to explain this, but yeah. Have you been using this software?
Yeah, I posted one question like some weeks ago with this cube animation.
Yeah, I remember with the screen space reflection. I think this.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to like incorporate more live visuals or like live rendered or visuals for like my work or just like privately, and stumbled upon this software because I was using Touch Designer, or I had a version of Touch Designer. I don't want to elaborate how I got it. And yeah, I've seen this software and yeah, trying to get in a bit more, but I do a lot of stuff in Blender, and Blender has like a lot of offline rendering capabilities that look more pretty, but obviously take more time to render per frame. And I'm still trying to find like a good use case of like incorporating like this live workflow. And yeah, that's why I kind of dropped it here.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I'm so you sound like the target audience a little bit, and like because this live performance thing is one of the things we want to get stronger in, and obviously having better effects like screen space reflection would be useful, but I think like this is the easy part. The more complicated part is what is actually a good system for live performing. And we have a bunch of things that we basically did in the past and a bunch of the things that we are planning for the upcoming versions. And it would be just super useful to get more insights on these features and the plans and things that people would like to see from a software for live performance. Maybe I can show you. Or have you been, by any chance, have you visited the last meetup 2 weeks ago?
No, I haven't.
I can maybe pitch you a thing that we are working on, and this will be at its current state, will be in the next version that's coming up, hopefully in a week or two. And maybe you can comment on this already, and I would be super interested to get your feedback. So the idea is that there is how do I explain this correctly? So maybe maybe I will make a quick example here. So let's say we have like a live setup that you are working on. So let's we build something. Let's say we have a torus mesh, and we draw this mesh, and then we have an orbit camera, and then we draw this in a render target. And this I want to turn into my own little project, but so the easiest way to do this is to have like the little output there, so I don't have to create this out. You will see. So if I take this and combine this into a new type, I could say this is my test setup, test VJ setup or something like this. It is kind of unfortunate that the combine is cut off there. I think we. So now this is our setup here. This is, of course, in real life it would be much more complicated, but we can start simple. And in TiXL there are two ways to drive parameters. One thing is you already see it is presets, and if you click any of these, it would basically apply these preset parameters onto this operator there. And then you could also do things like holding Alt, and then you could blend between them. And it's somehow nice to get different controls. And we have this for all kinds of things. So we have this for drawing things, or we have this for this camera animation thing here. So and these presets, we try to create them for a lot of things. Then we also have another mode, which is called Snapshots. And where presets work on an operator that is on the graph, snapshots work on all operators within your graph. And what you can do with this is that you can say, okay, let's say you want to have you want to control like the sides of this torus there. You can go in here and go into like the segment and control this with snapshots. And then it gets like this little green thing there. And maybe we stack this together again, so we have larger text font sizes here. And maybe we also add like a, let's say, a bloom or something like this, like an effect for like letting it glow. And we could say, okay, maybe this thing here is also an interesting effect to control with these snapshots. And now the idea is that you can say, okay, this is a look. And you save it as a look and say like default look. And then you go in here and say, okay, maybe I have another one where basically, let's say this is maybe we have more parameters here. Let's say this is also controlled and this is also controlled. You say, okay, maybe I have more bloom, but the torus is larger and thinner. And you go in here and say, okay, this is another thin, large. And so
the idea is to drive the blending with like another attributes.
yeah, for instance, yeah. And so one thing is now, like this is something new with the current version, that if you have no operator selected because you click on the background, you now get a summary of all the parameters that you selected for controlling, which is also it's almost like a summary of this stack here, which is already interesting for controlling. But yeah, the other point would be to have either some form of automation to blend between these snapshots, or to have an operator that drives them and picks them randomly or blends between them or something like this.
Yeah, it looks very much like the automation controls in Ableton.
Yeah, a little bit. I have to admit, I'm not super familiar with Ableton, but it's at least like one thing. Oh, you go ahead.
What Ableton does really well compared to like other workstations, in my opinion, is that you create like an effect rack similar to stacking operators, and then you just pick the parameters that are most important to you or to that audio effect, and you get like 8 little macro controls right at the start. And it reminds me a bit of that, and it's really handy. So you can really just fine tune and like really dial in your favorite parameters. Because that's one thing with TiXL. You jump or touch design in general, or like Blender geometry nodes. If you don't really like set it up in a way, you just jump from node to node to node, and it's nice that you can save the littlest states of that and to recall them. That's pretty handy.
I think like just having this summary is already great. In the long term, what we want is also that you could say, let's say you have, I mean, obviously, like this is a super small stack. You know? In reality, you probably have like 100 ops or so in your setup. I mean, then it gets like a little bit more difficult to navigate them. And what I want to work on is something like having this post effects. You know, having this annotation here. And what this would do, it's not there yet, but I'm planning to have this. Maybe like mesh generation. And maybe we can also make this a little bit more complicated and say, in a real world, we probably have something like which, and let's say we have an obj and maybe also another draw mesh. Okay, doesn't really make sense to draw this unlit, but why not? Maybe we have a linear gradient preset here to this. And maybe we have a CountInt and bool bool. I was confused about this. So trigger increment, and this goes in here. What it does now, it switches on whatever frame you have I mean, this could be either it could be like a counter like this, but it could also be beat detection or something coming from a MIDI controller or so. But basically, it's just a simple example for having two scenes. And then the idea would be to have this would be scene 1. This would be scene 2. Oops, scene 2. And then we could use this groups here to also have grouping here. And then you can collapse them and things. So you can organize your these parameters into meaningful stacks and then extract stuff there. Yeah. And the final.
I always have.
Yep.
I mean, I always try to organize things, but in the end, there's like someone wants changes, and, and everything is really falls together really, really quick.
Yeah, I mean, but which is totally fine. For me, I think like working messy is just fine. But it also helps if you can clean up fast. You know, if it says so it's a burden, then you don't do it. Sometimes just like going through the effects and cleaning it up helps already a little bit. Yeah. And I wanted to show you one final thing, or like not final, but so now that we have these three setups, you can also blend them in here. So you can actually crossfade, or let's say we have, maybe this is a little bit very nervous here. But let's say we have another scene that have maybe like a different look. And maybe this guy is here very large or something like this. Not really sure what's happening here. And maybe for this we have like super strong bloom. Then we can also create these presets from here. Super green glow. We can blend them here, so we can crossfade them and also mix multiple of them. So this might also be useful for transitions. And you can. This is how I normally perform. You can arrange them on a MIDI controller, like the APC Mini or something, and then go in here and say, okay, like my first scene is this, and just like variations, and then you basically activate them by clicking there. So yeah, I think there's a lot of possible features when it comes to these things. Also, you know, you could go into adjusting parameters later and say like, I want to tweak these, and then maybe write them, update them, so like these kind of things.
Yeah, that to me looks like a really good feature. And I wish other software had this as well.
Yeah.
But what happens if I delete an operator that has these attributes like linked to this snapshot?
I mean, one thing is, so I mean, obviously you can just bypass. Like this is the simplest thing. And yeah, if you delete it, then it's gone. So like if you delete it,
No.
so then basically it's no longer there. I think undo should
So
work.
all the different snapshots, how do they apply now? So they just update? I mean the little thumbnails as well.
The thumbnails will be computed in the background. So but you can go in here and say update thumbnails, and then it will basically generate them of anew. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So if an operator is not available, it just gets skipped and
Yeah.
no missing operator.
No.
Oh, all right.
It will just
Yeah, got it.
yeah. Then so my setup would probably normally be, so I would have, let me quickly so I have a MIDI controller here that's currently not connected. That's why I'm fuzzing around with my cables here. So now it should be connected, but I still have to go to settings and rescan, because the rescanning is slow. And now I can switch these presets on, if I'm pressing this these buttons. But I can also use, I think I should be able to blend in here. Maybe I'm not. But yeah, I just look into this. And one thing that you can also do, or that I do most of the time, is so having MIDI input here and then connect this to a parameter, let's say the distance to the camera. Distance to target. And now the first time I drag any slider, it will do something. It will teach this, like a door. And then probably you want to adjust the output range here. And now basically I can have this controller on the, or this slider on the controller. And then mix a little bit between automatic manipulation and this. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen there are like a lot of inputs, a lot of like possibilities to include data, which is like one of the key points I wanted to have a look at this. Yeah, MIDI is like obvious. There was like one post about MIDI files in general, and I don't know if it was implemented yet, but to just play a MIDI file and get the MIDI note CC values in there.
It's an excellent question. So what we do is, let me quickly add this guy here so we see a little bit more, and maybe bring this down to like something that is not completely broken. What we have now is we have something called MIDI clips, or it's not only MIDI, it's more I/O data. And what you can do with that is, so we can click record here. And now it's recording maybe my voice. I don't know which audio input is connected right now. But if I press a bunch of buttons here, maybe I'm switching between these presets, and I stop recording, then basically we see like all these things that has been recorded, and it's very close to how would you say? It's actually super close to MIDI file. Or let's say a MIDI file is probably a subset of this, what we are recording here. And so one of the features that I'm thinking about is if you drag in a MIDI file, that it converts this into this format. And once you have this format, this data recording thing here, so if we click this, this is up here. We can then take this recorded data and then simulate it. And we somehow have to connect to make sure that it's connected. So there's an execute wasn't it like a texture update? avoid can't type update. It's a kind of a mouthful here, but the idea is that this operator does some operations before actually updating this. And then what we can do is we can plug this thing in here. And now I can actually go into here and basically play back my video recording. So I don't know if anything, I think we should see it eventually. Oh, of course, we should pin it. And now we see how this MIDI this MIDI recorder there will busy playback me moving the MIDI controller. I don't know if this makes sense.
No, I get it. I've seen it in like one tutorial or feature video that you can record actions and like live interaction that you do while everything's playing out and just replay it back, which is also very great for music videos or just visualizer music videos in a way. Because sometimes I like that you have a BPM beat sync, but I don't always want like an impulse on like every quarter note or like every bar.
Yeah.
And then I often like I had a setup in Blender that I wrote with Python, so I could export a MIDI clip that just had very specific MIDI information on like every beat or like
interesting.
That I wanted an impulse on like every bar or so, and then like node value 1 would trigger a specific animation and node value 2 would trigger a different parameter, and so I could kind of like direct it a bit more. And then I had like other setups that would dial in intensity, and I would render out like 10 different versions of that and throw it into an editing program. And
I mean, it sounds like something that should work really nicely with the setup. So the converting it from MIDI into this format is, it should be half an hour or so. Let's see if it will make, if it find its way into the next version, because I want to release next version soon, but it should be pretty straightforward. What you can then do with that is, okay, right now we are simulating this IO data because this was the original use case. You know, like having a live set. In this case, the live set was with my wife. She's playing piano and doing all kinds of crazy OC and MIDI signals. And then I want to sit and quiet and tweak these IO data and like channel them and remap them, and so that I can craft the look that I want without her playing non-stop piano. So this is where this is coming from. But now with the thing you described is what we actually want is not only simulate IO data, but we also want to have give me pick one of these channels and then get the data from it, or like get the events from it.
Essentially.
Yeah. And I think this should be would be a very valid use case, and it should work nicely with the setup we currently have. A bit nicely, like without. I'm always concerned about changing existing APIs. APIs meaning the operators and parameters we already have, because people get very upset if we remove parameters, because then their project break. But it's always easy to add new parameters. So that's why I want to talk to people like you before building upon this, to listen to what kind of use cases are there.
I don't really mind getting dirty in a like for my use case. I dabbled with like the particle file and kind of extended it with like custom attributes.
Sure.
I just need to know, can I get like data in at a specific time point? Like that's all I need. That's all I need, basically.
For now.
And this kind of fits the bill.
Yeah. I mean, this is not there right now. But now after talking to you, I will probably patch it in there. Because it is you are now the second person that asked for it. So I think there seems to be a use case for that. And also, like the people I'm working with frequently, they come with, here's my soundtrack, here's my MIDI clip, why are my instruments not on sync? So they are very peculiar about syncing. So
MIDI is not like straightforward, and Ableton kind of. I think if you export a MIDI file from Ableton, the MIDI file is always set at like 120 BPM, even though your project isn't.
Yeah, I think. I mean, so yes, like this is a whole different. If you're changing about varying BPM rates, this gets this gets super complex. And I think I don't have an answer for this. One answer that I could have is, so this is basically, this is just a lookup table. So it's a smart way of figuring out which events are where in time. It's just data. It doesn't actually do something. This does something with this data, but this is just data. And it's optimized for figuring out very quickly where to look. So it's doing some binary search thing and caching and whatnot to do very fast with this. So what we could do is, I mean, obviously, like one thing is we can always set a time, time overrides and have like.
I don't mean like a varying BPM inside a MIDI file. I don't mean that. I mean if you export a MIDI file from Ableton with the set BPM at like your project is at 140, the MIDI file is 120.
Ah, okay. This is strange.
That's what I mean. Like, I know that you can automate like time in Ableton, but I just don't know if they even care to export it that way.
Yeah. My wife does this all the time, so I'm kind of yeah. Okay, but I maybe if you can do me a favor, send me a MIDI file that you want to be looked at.
Sure.
So having like a reference there is super useful.
Yeah, I can send you one example of what I did.
Yeah, and especially, or maybe send me two of them. Send me one with the thing from Ableton, and maybe send me another one with the thing you export from Blender. This sounds also very interesting.
You mean like the video file?
You mentioned you had a script that generates a MIDI file in Blender with the syncing.
No, I exported a MIDI file from Ableton, and then it is like a simple Python script that just looks at that MIDI file.
Ah, okay.
And creates keyframes like in Blender.
Okay, I got this misunderstood. Okay, yeah. But yeah, anyways, I think I slowly have to call it a day because I'm getting super tired. But it would be super interesting to get more insights on that. Because like under the hood, TiXL is already super powerful for this live performance stuff. So there's a lot of things that can already be very, 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 very effective to build live sets. The question is, how do we expose these features with the user interface and with operators so people actually discover these features, can use them? And for this, I need people that actually come up with, I want to do this. Why can't I find the operator for it? And it can be all kinds of things. So maybe like the name is incorrect or whatever.
Yeah, like my two big, I don't want to say feature requests, but one thing is just like simple shadows.
Oh yeah,
Like 3D objects.
yeah.
I didn't see that. I've seen the ambient occlusion operator that does it somewhat, but
I think one, yeah.
But then again, I come from Blender. There are also like area lights with like very soft shadows.
Oh yeah,
and,
yeah. I mean,
are you familiar with Eevee?
yeah,
The
yeah.
GPU rendering.
Yeah.
They can. I don't know if they fake it to some extent, but it is. It does need some love, but you can get really good graphics out of there.
Yeah, it's
more or
my
less real time.
my
with an asterisk.
Yeah, Eevee is my preferred renderer, like for rendering. So I did a bunch of projects with it, but never in 60 FPS. So but yeah, but it's still it's a super great reference for almost real time and maybe even real time with the right settings. But I didn't investigate this a lot. But yeah, it's definitely yeah, it's awesome. I mean, so shadows are definitely would be nice to have. So one way is to, as a workaround, this is awesome Project Light thing that Ank wrote here, and it also creates shadows halfway decently, and might already be okayish, but it's only for a single light source, which is probably not what you want. And for directional light, there is also draw with shadows, which also is okayish, but yeah, it's definitely there's a lot that needs to be that needs to be
I've seen
improved.
in some of the examples, like somewhat of a workaround is like to play with the distance and kind of shade points that way or geometry that way, and then combine it with ambient occlusion. So it does look soft, but not really soft, and then like playing with shaders, which is also something I need to look more into. I know doing that in 60 FPS is like that's something I don't want to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, it is. I think, like, I think it is possible to do these kind of things. So there's a draw mesh with shadow here, and there's this shadow which basically gives you the opportunity to like set a point light and you get shadows, and it does a little bit of blurring there, but it's not super smooth. So it's basically percentage-based filtering, which is maybe better than nothing. So
It's something.
yeah.
I don't no. And like one thing is if I'm experiencing it right now. If I go like into an operator,
Mhm.
like a standard operator, and I go back out, it always asks me to changes made to the read-only operator.
Ah,
And like most of the times, I don't want to deal with that. Rarely do I want to change it.
yeah. So, and it asks you even if you didn't even change anything?
Yeah, but I'm also like on Linux right now. Like this is version 4.111.
Yeah. Let me write this down. So I'm always curious about problems. Verify read-only operators should not be flagged as modified if first looking into them. Something like this. Okay, I can check this. Definitely sounds like a bug. I mean, obviously, if you modify it, then you might want to ask and change the changes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I just like to poke around
Mhm.
to see how they fit together, and I learned a lot by that alone.
Mhm.
But sometimes I just click on it accidentally. It pops up. I just want to go back out. It asks me, do
Yeah,
you want to save
yeah,
changes? And
yeah,
I
yeah.
did nothing.
Yeah. Then this is definitely sounds like a bug. I can look into that. Okay, I think I want to call this a day for now. Already getting a little bit
Thank you
late,
so much.
but this was great. Let me, send me the MBD file. I'm curious about this. I can just post it somewhere, and I will look into the importing thing. And yeah,
Sure.
if you, I think you can test the early release if you are curious. And especially if you're on Linux, then I'm extra curious because I don't have a system here where I can test it easily. But I think it doesn't show the preview versions. This is actually a little bit annoying. That is a little bit annoying. So we have nightly builds. So you could actually take a nightly build, let's say from the day, from some every night it builds. And you can actually go in here, and it's a little bit hard to see, but somewhere here there should be the artifacts. At least I thought so. Maybe not. Nightly build. Build. Widget was skipped. What? But why? Okay, then never mind. Actually, wait a second. This is like this is very okay. I can see why this was skipped. Maybe because it was nothing really changed there. But if we go in here, yeah, here. So there should be an artifact, and there's an installer, and this is you can just download this, and it's an executable, and it should work as a new version. And we have this new system where if you try this, it will not mess with your project. So it will be a completely parallel installation, and it will ask you, hey, do you want to import your projects for testing or so? But it will not change your current setup or so into your settings. It will be just for might be super. Should be safe. And especially.
But this still would require like bottles. Like this is not a Linux build.
Yeah. Still would be bottles or whatever, Sigurira or whatever wine. And I think we got a little bit closer to Linux now because we changed Media Foundation to FFmpeg, the video engine. And Media Foundation, this is definitely only DirectX. But yeah, with native Linux, it will be still a long road getting there, step by step.
Yeah, I'm already happy that it just works.
Is it like
I was surprised that it works with the installation guide. It was a bit like bit convoluted, but if you follow all the steps, like I got it working. So
okay, interesting. I mean, may I ask on which system are you?
it's just Mint, just basic, nothing special,
and
or just like hardware.
And how stable is it? Do you have any issues?
I didn't have any crashes yet.
Okay.
Like it only crashed when I just like cranked up parameters like beyond what my system could handle.
Okay, sounds actually pretty cool. And so, like, you have been using it for hours. It sounds like, at least.
Yeah, hours on end, and
okay, wow.
Like 2-3 hours maybe.
Yeah.
Kind of sometimes it was just sitting in the background, but
yeah,
not really a crash where I didn't know why.
Okay.
To say that.
That sounds very promising, I have to say. Nice. Yeah, I mean, test it on test the new version, the 4.2. This would be super helpful if you basically just say, hey, works, still valid, still working. Especially with so we now have I don't know if we can actually show something here. Second, trying to find. So what I did was that you can take a video and you can just drag it in here, or you can also drag it onto the timeline. And basically, you can, if you look at this, it should actually work. And should be able to scrub through it. And I think this might be a little bit too slow, but actually I think it's working surprisingly well. But we can now also generate proxy video. And if we don't already have, we can basically generate this proxy video. And with FFmpeg, it will now generate like what we call it a hub codec. Well, actually, we're using ProRes, I think. And with this, you can do things like procedurally skipping through frames and stuff like that. So we could have something like Perlin noise and put this into the override time in seconds and maybe remap this and say, okay, the input is between 0 and 1 roughly. I say the output range is, say, somewhere in the can we go a little bit further. So you can sometimes do
like seconds or frames.
this is in seconds. Override time in seconds. Yeah.
It's like one thing that I've encountered at my work. We are kind of like sometimes doing like presentations, with like background videos, and this is a display like 6,144 by 1,920 pixels. And we use PowerPoint for that. And I often said this is not a good idea.
Okay.
And sometimes I make just like simple background videos, and they stutter.
I think
And,
this would please test this. I'm super curious. There's like there's one thing here for I mean, okay, I'm super curious how this would work, but there are two modes here for playing back videos. One is called fast seeking, and the other is called playback performance. The reason why this is different is that the fast seeking will use a CPU-based algorithm, but it will retain frames in main memory. So that's why you can actually go in here and basically, okay, like obviously not with this crazy setup here, but with this you can actually, you can go forwards and backwards without seeking, and it should be fast because it cached all like these frames, the neighbor frames, and it can do this because we are on a CPU. With fast playback, it will use accelerated GPU decoding if supported, but let's say if it's H264 or I think also HEVC, then it should be super fast because it will basically stay on the GPU and copy it straight into texture and then split it. Oh, I think this should work. And
sorry,
you first.
it was like with PowerPoint and like these were videos like I already reduced the pixel size to like 4096 like width. And these were like 60 FPS, and the videos, they weren't that big. There wasn't much of movement. So 30-second video, like 50 megabytes coded, right? Not much.
Oh yeah,
not much,
this is
but like
super
really
small,
right?
Yeah.
And but PowerPoint, you start a slide, and it loads in the background the next slide. And the moment it tries to load the next video, you would have like a stutter, like dead on, really noticeable stutter.
I can totally see why.
Yeah, PowerPoint just doesn't. I think we are really pushing the boundaries of what PowerPoint was meant to do.
Yeah.
And I'm always looking for an alternative, and it was always like bad argument for like Touch Designer or I think Resolume or other big presentation software.
Yeah, I mean you can also you can use my great simple slide player. It's yeah, but just kidding. I'm not. I don't think that it would be TiXL would make for a great PowerPoint.
I wouldn't be so. It is yeah. I mean, PowerPoint has other shortcomings, but I don't want to drag on for too long. But that was just like one topic I was interested.
Okay.
But I will check out the new version if it comes to video playback. That sounds very interesting.
Okay, nice. Yeah, wait a second. I have to figure out like. Yeah, I think I have to look into this again. I think I fixed this somewhere, but I have to find it in one of my archives that I'm using TiXL as a slide player actually with like cursor left to right to step through frames and stuff. And like having some transitions. Of course, I'm comfortable using it, but it's probably not something that I would recommend as a replacement for PowerPoint. So, okay. I would say this was great talking to you. And if you have like this, also send me like this this video file if you can share it. Like if it's just an abstract
was a personal
background.
project.
This would be super interesting, especially with the 6K resolution, because
no, that was work related.
yeah, okay.
Like the MIDI stuff, I made a video out of that. Like I can share that. It's like other work stuff.
Okay.
I can dig up the specs. I can, if I have a minute, I can try to like run it on there.
Okay. Awesome. Well, great talking to you. Yeah, have a great evening and maybe see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
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 Ciao,
I just
Ank.
had one thing.
Oh, you? Yeah.
I dropped in the chat. I found a fix for SortPoints. For one
Oh,
issue.
nice. Wait a second. I have to figure out how to actually get this. Nice. Okay. I will look at it tomorrow. Let's see.
Sure.
Yeah. Awesome. Have a great night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.